Hey there, folks. Adam going live. I think Brendan's joining me as well too. We'll see if this audio works. Hey, Brendan, how you doing? Can't hear you, but you're muted, so it's probably.
There
Hey,
we
we can.
go. You can
Great.
hear me now.
Awesome. Cool. All right, let's jump right into radar and see what's going on here. The tornado warning has been dropped for Collingwood and Barrie. There is still hints of rotation on that storm a bit, but this is a pretty nasty line of storms that's moving through the area. Models ended up looking quite weak this morning, so we ended up not putting out a forecast map, but we were considering still doing it for Southwestern Ontario with the south side of this line because it's actually going to probably be the stronger part of the event. But earlier we did have a funnel cloud report towards kind of the Owen Sound area, and that was eventually dropped. That tornado warning was dropped, and there was one for Georgian Bay, which was dropped, and then we did have this tornado warning for Collingwood that has now been dropped, but there's still a little bit of rotation on that line that is tracking to the east. There is still severe thunderstorm warnings in place for Environment Canada, and we did have a funnel cloud report from Michael Collins actually reported that directly to us and said halfway to the ground. And based on the fact that there was some rotation on radar, we decided to post that funnel cloud report, of course, and then a couple minutes later, Environment Canada put out the tornado warning, and now they have dropped it. But again, there is severe thunderstorm warnings in place with this line. It's a pretty nasty looking line. Velocity isn't super duper strong, but again, Southwestern Ontario could get interesting. So Brendan's got the
I'll bring up the map.
Yeah, I see that right here. This is great. So as you can see, severe thunderstorm warnings are in red. The tornado watches are in orange, and the severe thunderstorm watches are in yellow. And if you see the dashed lines that Brennan has added to the alert regions there, that means there's a mention of tornado potential. So even though they've dropped the tornado warning for the Collingwood to Barrie corridor, they still have the mention of tornado potential within the severe thunderstorm warning. So they haven't completely taken out the tornado risk, but they have dropped the tornado warning based on the fact that probably there's no super duper strong mesocyclone at this point in time on that cell. Although there is some minor rotation in there, and then again, that's probably why they've kept the tornado risk there as well too. So, and in the background, meteorologist Lena Franks is joining us as well too. She's not on screen, but she is definitely helping out. So thank you to everybody who is joining the live stream right now. Just so basically, what's happening? Giant, big, nasty line of storms. There's potential for isolated severe, but then if we move to the west, we can see that there's a lot more coming in for Southwestern Ontario. And based on what we've been checking out on many different models today, the majority of the risk is going to be probably in deep Southwestern Ontario, at least areas east of Lake Huron. I think kind of the Grand Bend corridor has looked the strongest as far as what we're seeing in the model data. But of course, models aren't perfect, so we're going to have to see how it does develop through the afternoon and evening. So we plan to go live around kind of 4 o'clock, and it's about 3:40 right now, so that's pretty close to it. We thought about going live earlier with that first tornado warning, but there was just no evident rotation on radar, and at the same time too, there's a lot of inhibition in place. So when we're looking at the environment, like, is this environment conducive of tornadic activity? When there is inhibition in place, that can actually it can limit or mitigate the tornado potential. So you can still have strong rotation, you can still have funnel clouds coming down, but when there's a lot of inhibition, it's kind of like the air at the surface is molasses, and it's really hard for the tornado to connect to the surface. So or the funnel cloud to connect to the surface and become a tornado. So yeah, so it was a bit questionable early on. The supercell index is really high. I mean, it went up to a 12, which is very strong. But on the flip side, the violent tornado parameter is at like a 0.5, which is not that exciting. It's actually quite low. And then again, there's a lot of inhibition in there as well too. So yeah, so the environment seems to be slowly getting stronger as we're getting further and further into the afternoon and heading towards the evening hours. So I think now is probably the best time as far as going live makes sense, because we could start to see some stronger severe weather with this particular line. So please let us know what you're experiencing in the comments, and thank you for joining us. I can already see, I should take a screenshot and show you. I can already see 895 comments that I haven't read yet. Let me just click on that. 1,000 comments have passed, so I might have missed your comment, but thanks for, but if you say something now, that might help. Let's see here. Kim says, thanks to Brendan and Adam. Thank you so much. Your comment is gone. There's already been 10 comments since. I can't even find it now. So thank you, Kim. Appreciate that. Let's see here. Jody says, update for Perry Sound. Yeah, so Muskoka, I don't think Muskoka's looking too strong at this point in time. Looks like just some heavy rain and some gusty winds up there. Actually, a lot of rain. So, you know, maybe there's a little bit of flooding potential up there, but there's nothing too spectacular as far as the winds are concerned. This all looks generally boring on velocity radar. Nothing too exciting up in the Muskoka area from the Brit radar. But as we come down here, again, you know, heading into Barrie right now, it's a bit disconnected from the storm, although this looks interesting over here, kind of northeast of Angus is looking a bit interesting right there, but it's still a bit disconnected, and it's nothing too spectacular. So, you know, if you try to tilt 2 is not bad. Tilt 2 is interesting. So maybe there is some kind of broad rotation in the ESSA areas, Grenfell, Colwell. I don't know if I've ever pronounced that before. Colwell. There's a bit of inflow and some signs of broad rotation there. Yeah, so that might be something. Let's go back to tilt 1 here. Yeah, this could be interesting, this little spot right here. So I want to definitely keep an eye on it. We should be getting a radar update in the next minute or 2 here. So that should be interesting for sure. Sandra's asking about Niagara. Now, Niagara's good right now. You might see something way later on tonight, but you're good at this point in time. And I know we notified all those in Eastern Ontario. We basically notified all those across the region that we are live streaming right now. And yeah, and the main risk right now is where whoever's in the path of this line. So basically, Central Ontario and Southwestern Ontario is in the path of the line. Later into the evening, maybe heading into you know, the GTA, the GTHA, and possibly towards Niagara. Eastern Ontario is probably not in the risk for today. So if you're in, you know, Ottawa and you're wondering what's happening, or if you're in Kingston or Cornwall or Brockville or Marmora, then you're probably wondering what's going on over there. But generally, the risk is to the west. So yeah, but we like to notify everybody that we're going live so they can join in. Maybe let their family and friends know that we are live as well too. But yeah, but generally the risk is to the west. So if you are in Eastern Ontario, I wouldn't be too concerned at this point in time. You know, things can shift, but we're not expecting anything too severe over there. So let's put some noise canceling on, try to get rid of some of these laser beams, and take a quick peek back at the radar. So yeah, there is some hints of rotation over Barrie right now. I can't really see some hints, but it's a little messy. It's not too evident at this point in time. There might be some stuff up in Oro as well too. So there's little hints of embedded rotation on this line, and sometimes you can have these QLCS tornadoes spin up on the edge of the line. So you know, it's not entirely out of the question. But when I switch to Buffalo radar, it just looks boring. So it's not as exciting. Maybe up here towards Aurelia, there's maybe some broad rotation up there as well too. So it's possible that the rotation we're seeing here is mainly noise from the King City radar. It's pretty darn noisy, but there could, yeah, there's maybe some little hints of rotation here on the front edge of that line that's moving into Barrie right now. So Barrie should probably somewhat of a heads up right now. But the when we switch over here to Exeter, maybe there's a little bit of something going on near Angus, but I don't know. I'm not overly excited nor convinced that that this has, you know, superb tornadic potential or anything like that. So, and again, based on what we've seen from the model data, not super duper exciting at this point in time here. So someone said we have some video of it. Jeremy said that about 9 times here. 1 second. Side note, some folks are having an issue. I think we may have have gone to the point where we have too many folks on the app again for how many servers we have spun up, because some folks are actually getting a white screen when they opened up the app. So if that's happening for you, Teresa's been experimenting with it, and she says if you just kill the app, so you know, like do the little swipe up and kill the app, or you know, kill the app on Android as well too, and you should be able to restart the app and it should be fine. So it seems to be working just fine for me. For the majority of folks, but let's see here. Liz says, you missed the storm in Midland, loud thunder. not sure what you mean by missed. We're watching closely. Maybe you're talking about the alerts that you received potentially. That's possibly the case. But to clarify, loud thunder does not classify as something that gets a severe thunderstorm warning from Environment Canada. It has to be strong winds or flooding risk or large hail or potentially a tornado risk. So if every single lightning and thunderstorm had a severe thunderstorm warning on it, then it would all just be noise at that point. It would be really difficult to pick out the actual strong ones here. So Kim says fine for me. So I guess let us know if the app's working good for you. And if you have not downloaded yet, please head over to instantweatherapp.com. I'll throw that in the comments as well too, and download our free app at a little thing, and I'll put a smiley face. There we go. So please download our free app, and then you get notified, as soon as there's any alerts issued for your particular area. I think, should we have a new? Is this already the new radar update? Yeah, that is already the new frame there. So, yeah, it's looking interesting in the Barrie area. So I wonder what the clouds are doing. I could actually just go walk outside because I live in Barrie. But that's not necessarily a great idea to walk outside when there's lightning and thunder going on. So. What's happening for your area, Brendan? Brendan's down in the big smoke there, so probably a whole lot of nothing right now, right?
Yeah, not really much going on. There's some bit of cloud.
No.
There's some sky.
Sky's good. Yeah, so there's something going on there. I took off the noise canceling so we can see where it is. It's really on the edge. That's probably noise. What looks like rotation here in Barrie is probably noise. But and I did get a report now from Michael Collins that the funnel cloud he reported on has lifted. So I'm going to actually pull that off of the app right now. Give me 1 second because I know we posted that for the Collingwood area. The funnel cloud reported. So I'm just going to pull that off the app. So if you refresh the app, then that will likely be gone. So yes, but we're going to continue to watch radar. We're going to continue to track these storms. Holy moly, there's you might have a different number. Wow, that's a pretty interesting shelf cloud there. Where's that from?
This one is near Barrie. Barrie, I think.
Okay, that's the Barrie shelf cloud.
History.
Wow, that's pretty decent. Yeah, that's a decent looking shelf. So I might have to go take a peek out the door, see what's happening above the house here. But yeah, you might have a different number on whatever, because we're live on eight different pages right now and platforms. We're on Twitter, we're on Twitch, we're on YouTube, we're on 5 different Facebook pages, and the accumulated total here is 6,600 folks that are watching every second. So thank you so much to everybody for joining us. We sincerely appreciate it. This really it really helps get the word out. I think it's we really like the live streams. We've been live streaming in Alberta, we've been live streaming in Manitoba, and it's been quite interesting doing a tour across the country from here in Ontario. But yeah, but thank you so much for joining us. We really, really appreciate it. And yeah, we're just going to continue to watch this line. I do want to keep an eye on this cluster over here towards Godrich as well too. Nothing too wild on it right now, but there is kind of some broad weak signs of rotation, but nothing too significant. I just saw somebody ask about Grand Bend. Emma Blides asked about Grand Bend there. Yeah, Grand Bend could be interesting. The models have said that that area could be interesting later on. And I mean, if you look at what's coming for Southwestern Ontario, so, here's Windsor, here's Chatham-Kent, here's London, here's Sarnia, and you can see this line of storms that's moving in. Let me hit play so you can see the animation here. And you can see this cluster of storms that's moving in from the west. Slowly but surely moving into our region. So it's still going to take a little while until they track into deep southwestern Ontario, but certainly some severe risk down there. I think the environment down there might actually be stronger than what we're seeing here to further to the north. So yeah, so we're going to have to watch that very closely as these storms track in. Some pretty strong winds right now, actually up near Ayton, Ayton, and that's under a severe thunderstorm warning from Environment Canada. But yeah, there's some pretty darn strong winds. Let's go take a peek at that right now, actually. Let me just see where that went. Yeah, so in here, north of Clifford, not too crazy, but 70 kilometers an hour showing up on radar. So there's some pretty strong winds. They're starting to increase in strength with that little corridor there. So let me actually, let me see. In fact, let me flip over to King and see if we can see a view of that. Yeah, it doesn't look as strong from King. Although, what's going on over the water here? This is marginally concerning. Definitely some rotation, but it's rotation, but it's in a big cluster of like moderate rain. So it's interesting to see that this is a clear mezzo, a clear rotation, but it's over Lake Huron right now, and reflectivity looks pretty boring on it. So that's worth watching, because if the reflectivity to start to strengthen on that, and maybe that rotation does strengthen, that could be a concern. These storms coming in from Michigan look like they could be severe. They're still going to take a little while to get here. So yeah, so we're gonna have to watch all of that very closely. Thank you so much for all your comments, folks. The comments are just flying in here. Oh my goodness. Ooh, definitely have to get rid of that that YouTuber. Always with the YouTubers. Said EF5 has touched down. Goodbye. Okay, so let's see here. Someone was asking about Port Severn. So asking about Muskoka, or southern Muskoka again. I guess is Port Severn Muskoka, Brennan?
Yeah.
That is considered Muskoka. It's like the very southern side of Muskoka.
On the border.
Yeah, it's on the border there. Yeah, again, Muskoka, I don't think Muskoka is an issue right now. There's just some strong winds on this line. Actually, over here, from the Brit radar, in Cooper's Falls, Queen Elizabeth to Wildland Provincial Park, heading towards Deep Bay, there's actually some 71, 72. There's some pretty strong winds in there that could potentially get briefly severe as they track towards. As if they do interact with the surface, it could get pretty intense with those storms for sure. But yeah, though that's kind of northeast of Aurelia. That's kind of the Minden area. Yeah, so some pretty strong winds towards the Minden area right now. 73, 75. Yeah, that could potentially bring down some weakened trees. Let me just take a peek at what's happening here. And yeah, so those storms are right through Barrie right now. Must be pouring outside. I can't see. It's too dark.
On King.
On which? On Exeter? Oh, from King? I know. Like, so you can really see that mezzo from King.
It's the same one.
It's the same one. No, I know. That's where I saw it. And then I flipped over to Exeter, and I'm like, well, it's there. It's rotating. But then you look at reflectivity, and you're like, oh, this is so soft and brutal. It's like this. You know what it reminds me of? We have those mesocyclones sometimes in the winter. In the winter, sometimes in the middle of the winter, like snow squall wintertime, you can have rotation over Lake Huron, which would normally be a concern. But usually in winter, it's like, is that actually going to turn anything? Probably not. We should jump into the app and check out past and future radar here as well too, because actually that'll give us a good look at this line. It's a pretty impressive line. It's got quite the distance on it here. So let me just flip to the app. Give me just 1 second, and I will pull that up. Any more reports there, Brennan, from Twitter or our Ontario Storm Reports group?
Yeah, I'm monitoring it. I don't see anything yet.
Oh, okay.
There's a lot of shelf clouds.
Okay. That's all good. Let's see here. Yeah, the shelf clouds are pretty impressive, though. I have to say that's actually quite impressive from what we've seen. Let me just pull up the radar here, and I will show you what is in the past and what could be coming into the future. So let me transition to that. There we go. So this is the radar on our app, Instant Weather. And let me just bring it up slightly so you can see all of Essex County there. Again, if you're in Windsor and you're wondering why it says Detroit on the map, we're using Google Maps. So Google Maps just chooses who has the most population, and then they show, that location. So Detroit has more population than Windsor, of course. So therefore, Detroit always shows up on top of Windsor. But thankfully, you can just see Detroit. Even if we zoom out to space, you can still see Detroit on a map, so you always know where Windsor is, which is quite useful. Hey, we got Liam in the house. Let's bring him in. Hey, everybody say hi to Liam. What's going on?
Hey, just had some trouble with my setup there for a minute. My green screen kind of like fell into pieces, so I need to get a new one.
Yeah, no worries. I can actually see your chair this time, so you're obviously not using the the green screen on the back of the chair.
Yeah, I'm using a different chair this time, so it doesn't actually fit the green screen, so I had to tape it to the back of the chair.
Liam's joining us from. You're in the Hammer right now? You're in Hamilton?
I am in the Hammer. Yep, in Hamilton. Yep.
Yeah. in the hammer. All right, let me hit play and let's take a look at future radar and see where it wants to bring these storms. It looks interesting for sure. Southwestern Ontario. It's gonna get noisy. That's for sure. And yeah, so it looks Niagara. You know what? This future radar is quite good because it actually tries to predict when the storms are going to die, as opposed to just moving them east like some future radars do. And it actually is trying to fizzle that line before it even hits Niagara or the GTA. I mean, it might get to the GTA before it dies out, but the Hamilton areas, I don't know. It's hard to say for sure. It's trying to destroy them by 9 o'clock. So that could be interesting. But as you can see in deep southwestern Ontario, kind of Sarnia, Grand Bend, London, Chatham-Kent, Windsor, Essex County, maybe St. Thomas area, there's certainly a severe risk in the deep southwest there. So that's going to be interesting as we track with these storms here for sure. Side note, I can hear myself, I think maybe in Liam's headphones potentially. I want to throw the noise canceling on from StreamYard. That might help. Yeah, pretty please.
Yep.
But cool. So let's jump into the comments here and see what's happening. Amazing person 3409, I see helping out again. You're always on our live streams. I'm telling you, got to send us an email. I mean, you're already basically part of the team. You're just every single live stream you're here helping us out. So shoot us an email and we'll chat. But let's see here. Newmarket area folks are asking about. Yeah, Newmarket's going to see that storm, that shelf cloud at least, and we'll see how intense that does get. Those winds northeast of Clifford heading into Holstein, north of Mount Forest, are actually looking quite strong, potentially getting to severe levels. And that storm is under a severe thunderstorm warning from Environment Canada. But what we're seeing coming in from Michigan looks quite strong as far as the winds are concerned. So I'm mostly concerned with what's coming in from the southwest. What's happening in central Ontario as well is quite noisy, quite wet, and and possibly quite windy. But the majority of what we're seeing as far as a severe risk is probably going to be in deep southwestern Ontario, I would presume. Just the fact that the environment continues to strengthen. Liam, have you seen this rotation over Lake Huron? That's like west of Port Elgin.
Been looking at this recently, but I saw
no problem.
The warnings earlier, and I was out and kind of wondering what those tornado warnings were earlier. But
yeah, so I think Dr. Sills reported a funnel cloud. I think he was in Wyerton and he saw a funnel cloud, and of course, when Dave sees a funnel cloud, he knows it's a funnel cloud. So and I'm not sure, he said he wasn't sure if it touched down or not, but I think he said there was some minor damage from that storm. So maybe there was strong enough wind gusts. I think a basketball net got pushed over, and maybe there was a little bit of tree damage and some shed damage. So yeah, maybe it briefly touched down as possible. And then we did have a funnel cloud report from Michael Collins, a storm spotter who was out near Collingwood, and there was a little bit of a meso near Collingwood. So we said, you know what, might as well send out that funnel cloud report. So we did. And a minute or two later, Environment Canada threw out a tornado warning for Collingwood area. But of course, if Collingwood gets a tornado warning, then Barrie gets a tornado warning. So I'm sure everybody in Barrie still dealing with anxiety from July 15th, 2021, of course. And not to mention, it's every few years Barrie has an event. 2014, south end of Barrie got hit by the Angus tornado, and of course 1985 F4 went through Barrie. So so when there's a tornado warning for Collingwood, but everybody in Barrie gets it because of the county-based warning system, I'm sure everybody in Barrie was pretty stressed out. So we thought, of course, let's go live and try to bring some clarity to what's happening here. Someone said Michael Collins with question mark. He's a storm spotter, an Ontario storm spotter who is in communication with the page and the team and let us know that he spotted a funnel cloud kind of near the Collingwood area as well too. So tornado watch in place, which I was actually interesting. I was actually interesting. I was actually kind of raised my eyebrow to that one, just because the environment up there in general is not too strong, but I guess probably based on the funnel cloud reports, Environment Canada decided to go there. Jennifer says, are we going live on YouTube? Facebook is glitching for me. we are live on YouTube right now. We're live on Instant Weather Ontario on, I believe we should be, yeah, Instant Weather Ontario on YouTube. So if you are on YouTube, definitely jump over to that link. Marmara, Ashley says Marmara. Yeah, everybody's been pronouncing Marmara wrong, but it's Marmara. I think it's just Marmara. We went through that on that previous live stream. So, but yeah, if Facebook's being glitchy for us, definitely join us over on YouTube. We are live on YouTube right now. Jenny says, should Kingsville, Ontario prepare for tornado? Should I prepare to take shelter tonight? Frowny face. I mean, you should be prepared, but wouldn't be super worried about it right now. You'd be prepared, but I wouldn't be jumping, into shelter at this point in time. There are no tornado warnings in place at this point. There are severe thunderstorm warnings in place, which could be bringing some intense storms. But right now, we're not seeing anything as far as strong rotation on land. There is a strange mezzo over Lake Huron that we're keeping an eye on, but it's like completely yellow rain, like moderate rain. It's a very weird storm that's over Lake Huron right now. But Jamie actually, Jamie Bodenham says, I'm Jamie Bodenham, Paula Bodenham's brother. She died in 1985. She died from the tornado in 1985. So I'm so sorry to hear that, Jamie. Thank you for sharing that with us. And yeah, that's my condolences are of course with you and your family and your friends. And that's, I'm sure, every time that there's a tornado warning or a severe thunderstorm warning or anything, it's got to be quite stressful for you and your family. So hopefully we can bring, hopefully we can bring some clarity to these storms, and certainly try our best to bring clarity, because it can be frustrating sometimes, especially when you have when Collingwood has rotation and Barrie gets a tornado warning. It can be quite confusing. We're trying to bring some clarity. That's what we do. Let me just see here. Trying to scroll through the comments. My goodness, there's a lot of them. Let's see here. Dave Thompson says, best friend of Woodstock asking if they're going to get a storm or if they need to take shelter. There's no storms near Woodstock at this point in time. The storms that are going to be coming later this afternoon into the evening hours, they could get interesting. But right now, there's no threat to Woodstock at this point in time. So let me just keep scrolling here. Melanie says, Bellwood, please. We have a tornado watch. I can take a peek into Bellwood as well. But right now, the tornado, just to clarify, tornado watch and tornado warning. I know as soon as I say that, Brendan's ears perk up and he's going to bring up some sort of food example of that situation. So Brendan, if you want to bring that up, I'd appreciate it. Here we go. Someone said taco time. Look, it's B on Twitch said taco time. Hold on a second here. Let me hide that. So this was the One Environment Canada issue, which is actually very Canadian. The poutine watch is when you have French fries, gravy, and cheese curds. And then the poutine warning is when you mix those all together and you have poutine. So watch means the ingredients are there, and warning means that the weather is happening or it's imminent. So take shelter. So you don't take shelter during a watch, you take shelter during a warning. Now, mind you, if you're under a watch and there's a substantial storm happening, don't just wait around for a warning to be issued. If things are getting nasty, you can take shelter without anybody mentioning that you should. So if you're under a nasty storm, it's not a bad idea to be prepared and to take shelter in the path of that. There's a little something going on near Belgrave on the Exeter radar here. Let me just double check and bring that up on the stream. So this was the mezzo Liam, that's over Lake Huron right now. It's actually starting to soften, which is good, because if you check out reflectivity.
Nothing, just rain.
Reflective. I mean, there's
rain.
Something. There's rain. It's like moderate. Yellow would be moderate rain, but yeah, nothing. But then, look at it from King.
Up. Yeah,
it's super. There's clearly a strong mezzo going on there, but then reflectivity just looks like nothing. I mean, it just looks so boring. So you'd think there'd be a strong storm there, especially with that signature. But yeah, pretty much. I mean, it looked better in the previous frames, but. I wanted to take a peek what's going on down here near Belgrave. I'm hoping this is just noise, but it's at an interesting point. Yeah, it's probably just noise. it's really difficult to tell sometimes if something's actually rotation or if it's noise. There's a few things we can do. We can look higher up in the storm. We can check from a different radar station. We can look for reports from that area. We can check the environment. That's basically what we do. So it's not just as simple as looking at radar. You have to check kind of 9 or 10 things to make sure that what you're seeing is what you're actually perceiving here. It's a bit tricky sometimes, but nevertheless, we're watching closely. But those storms, actually, look what's coming in from Lake Huron in Michigan. The wind looks crazy from over here. This looks bananas. I know it's from the Exeter radar, but 103 kilometers an hour. I mean, it could be further up in the storm. I don't think I've queued up Detroit yet, but I should probably do that. Actually, Liam, can you do that? Do you mind clicking on KDTX on Instant Weather Pro so we can just to get it cooking here? But yeah, but from Exeter, those storms that are sorry,
it's good.
Did it come right up?
Yeah, it came right up. It was preloaded. It must have been preloaded by somebody.
Yeah,
I clicked on it earlier, so that might be why.
Okay.
Brennan. Classic Brennan. Yeah, see, that's not as strong from Detroit. It looks very impressive from Exeter, and actually maybe even some rotation down here in Michigan. Yeah.
If you take a look,
like maybe a little couplet
on KDTX in Detroit, just east of Lansing, Michigan, there are some pretty good winds on that storm coming through, and that's going to be coming into
Detroit.
No. If you go to KDTX and look at Lansing, see that storm?
Oh, you mean I see what you're saying. Yeah. Okay.
Values.
Yeah, so, this is quite strong, and up here near
radar
Vernon,
too. That's new radar too.
120 kilometer an hour winds. Yeah, whoa. And this actually looks like it's turning into a little bit of a mezzo here near Schwartz Creek. Swartz, not Schwartz. Sorry, I was thinking of Spaceballs there. But Swartz Creek. Yeah, but still a little bit of a mezzo there. We gotta watch these storms closely as they come in from Lake Huron and Michigan. That's our main concern right now. So what's happening in central Ontario on King City radar looks quite boring at this point in time. I mean, it's probably looks interesting. Like visually, there's a nice shelf cloud, there's lightning, there's torrential rain. But when we look at velocity, it's like, it's kind of meh, if anybody knows what that means. M-E-H, meh. It's kind of meh. I don't know. What do you guys think? Not very exciting over there?
Yeah. I think the same,
really.
But that rotation you were mentioning in Michigan, it does go up all 4 tilts too. It's pretty high from Exeter, but it does go up all 4 tilts.
Yeah, so I think the real show is still yet to begin here. And I know we did have some excitement with a couple of different tornado warnings, and one for Georgian Bay as well too. But what's coming in from Michigan, I think, has a lot more potential. And we've had more time for daytime heating. And yeah, what's happening over there near Flint, Michigan right now, Swartz Creek, that storm is intense. There's some really strong winds to the west over here near Durand, Michigan, Vernon, Michigan, Bancroft, Michigan. It's interesting. Not Bancroft, Ontario. It was pretty tricky. I don't know if you joined our live stream the other day. We were live streaming in Alberta and Ontario at the same time, and that was tricky. That was tricky for sure. Some folks are like, wow, you did a great job. And then other folks are like, never, ever again. Live stream 2 provinces at once, please.
It just gets
chaotic. So it's a bit chaotic, yeah. But I did get some good feedback that was like, you did a good job. You made sure it was clear if it was Alberta or Ontario and all that. It's kind of stressful. It's tough enough watching multiple radars in just one province, but when you're going back and forth between multiple provinces, it's it's a bit much, yeah. But yeah, so we're going to continue to watch what's coming in here from Michigan. Again, I hope everybody's staying safe with these storms. It's been interesting for sure. We did have funnel cloud reports. I don't know if we've had a report of a touchdown. Side note, from I think it was Monday storms, and then I think that's when we were live streaming in the 2 provinces. There was a confirmed tornado, EF0, 115 kilometer an hour estimated wind gusts, and do you remember what town that was again? It was something with a C. I can't remember it off the top of my head. Does anybody remember that? It was so that was in Southwestern Ontario.
Cranbrook,
yes. Yeah, and that was near I'm trying to remember where he sent that report in from as well too. It's Cranbrook is really close to. Can't remember off the top of my head, but yeah, it's really close to another town as well too. But yeah, so that was confirmed. So it's funny because there was a few comments on Facebook that were like, "Ha ha ha, just an EF0. That's not even a tornado." To clarify, the EF scale is a damage scale, so you could have the most violent tornado in the history of time. Not that that's what we had on Monday, but you could have like the worst tornado of all time that goes through a field and hits nothing, and that will be rated EF0. So it's completely just a damage scale. So it doesn't actually tell you it doesn't really tell you the true strength of that tornado. This tornado was only on the ground for something like 3 kilometers. It was only maybe 120 meters wide. So it probably was a generally weak, quote unquote, tornado. Although weak and tornado, I don't know why those are ever referred together. Because I mean, like weak on the overall scale, like from like Oklahoma scale down to, like a dust devil. But like a weak tornado can still launch a tree at you. So it's not really weak. It's still violent. 115-kilometer winds, whether they're coming from a tornado or from a downburst or from a microburst or from straight line winds, 115 kilometers an hour is still dangerous. So yeah. So I don't know why that term weak is ever used. But anyways, nevertheless, there was a tornado confirmed from that particular day. Besides that day kind of fizzled and turned into not much. West of Listowel, that's the town I was thinking of. Thank you very much. Atlanta came in with that clutch update. That it was yes, west of Listowel is the Cranbrook tornado from Monday. So thankfully we didn't hear of any significant damage. Of course not, because it was rated EF0. Just some tree and some crop damage, and yeah, ultimately, I think everybody stayed safe with that one, so that's always good news. That's what we want to hear. So if there are tornadoes that touch down, we want them to touch down in a field and hit nothing, affect no one, and just maybe be an interesting visual for someone out there on a farm or something to say, "Oh, that's interesting." Yeah, that's the way things should go. That's not always the way things do go. On that same topic, Marmara tornado. From 2 Sundays ago was confirmed EF2 with 190 kilometer an hour winds. It traveled 55.8 kilometers, that's 55 point something kilometers, and it was 1.42 kilometers wide at its maximum. It was almost 1.5 kilometers wide. That is, and it's a multi-vortex tornado. That is a significant tornado. That is not a weak tornado. And it was preliminarily rated EF1, but one of the pieces of evidence that pushed it up to EF2 was the fact that a pickup truck, the tornado was coming towards him. He stopped on the road, and so it's not like he was driving and pushed off the road. He literally came to a full stop, and the tornado lifted and lofted his vehicle 82 feet estimated into a field. So for a tornado to pick up a vehicle and throw it 80 feet, whether it was in the air for the entire 80 feet or if it was just in the air for a small portion of that and then maybe tumbled over, nevertheless, for it to pick up something that heavy and throw it that far, that helped push the rating to EF2, which is 190 kilometers an hour. So there were injuries on that. Our thoughts are with all those who were affected. Thankfully, there wasn't. It didn't actually. I think when we looked at the storm path, I don't know, Liam, can you maybe bring up that storm track from the Northern Tornadoes Project if you get a chance? Yep. It looks like Marmara proper was missed. This went through the north side of Marmara. Thankfully, didn't end up going right through town. That could have been much, much, much worse. So it looked like it did head north of town, but we can take a look at that track. Yeah, it's pretty interesting. I wonder if even better if you could actually pull it up on the NTP dashboard, then maybe you can zoom in. That's what I'm doing. Yeah. Right. Nice. That'll be a lot more detail for sure. Absolutely. I appreciate that. Take your time on that one. No problem. So. Oh, Alana says there's a super chat. I didn't see that. Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Hold on a second here. Jim McCrate says, I don't think they care about Aurelia. We care about Aurelia. What's wrong with Aurelia? I like Aurelia. I live in Barrie. I'm like 2 seconds away from Aurelia. We'll check on Aurelia in just a second. I don't think there's anything too significant up there right now. Some strong winds, though, I'm seeing on radar. Jessica sent in a super chat. Thank you so much, Jessica, for the super chat. She says, days like today, I'm glad I updated the radar in the app. Keep it up, y'all. Thank you so much, Jessica. I appreciate that. And a huge thank you to all those who have gone into the menu, clicked upgrade radar, and have chosen one of the packages to extend and feature radar up to 5 hours on the app and to remove ads from the app as well, too. The free version of the app would not exist if it wasn't for those who subscribed, because that's how the numbers balance out quite well. So anyways, if it wasn't for subscribers, the free app would not exist at all. So thank you so much for subscribing. Thank you, Jessica. I appreciate that. And the super chat on top of that. And she threw in a y'all, which kind of reminded me of Ryan Hall, y'all, which is he live streams in the US for all the different US tornado outbreaks and does a fantastic job down there. So kudos to Ryan Hall, y'all. Let's see here. Samantha says, can you check Allison? They have Honda in shelter. They have Honda in shelter. Why? From lightning? Are they sheltering from lightning? I mean, lightning's always dangerous. Whether there's a severe thunderstorm or not, lightning is, of course, always dangerous. But I'm not seeing anything significant on radar in the Alliston areas right now. So let's just flip back over to... ooh, what's going on here? My computer doesn't like me. Maybe it's my mouse? Come on, mouse. Does my mouse die? No, it's still working. So how come it's not clicking anything? Anyways, oh, there we go. Okay, I'm gonna flip back over to our app and take a quick peek at past and future radar. For those who are asking about Aurelia, we do care about Aurelia. I'm not seeing anything significant at this point in time. Looks like there's some rain, some lightning, nothing too intense from what I can tell. Let me just jump back to the homepage of our app. Looks like it's working good, and hold it over to live radar and make sure we have the latest. There's a lot of rain. We can guarantee that. There's a lot of rain. I know folks need rain, and so there's a lot of rain, but there's also the potential for severe thunderstorms, of course. So hopefully everybody's staying safe in the path of these storms. Here is your past and future radar to see where they might be going. Let me zoom out a little bit more, actually, so we can get Eastern Ontario in there. Future radar's trying to cut these storms off before they move into Niagara, but they may end up hitting the GTA. Every future radar update, this happens sometimes where every new future radar update brings the storms a little closer to Toronto, a little closer to Niagara. This new future update has definitely changed where it's showing storms going into Toronto now. So we'll see how that goes. But Southwestern Ontario looks like it could get interesting for sure. So yeah, so Jeff Duncan said Honda may be taking advanced precautions. It's always good to be cautious, but yeah, I'm not seeing anything. I'm not seeing anything too significant on radar. Francesca says, "Can we talk about Alliston?" And then Julie says, "Alliston Honda plant in shelter under warning right now." Yeah, I mean, you get a break, I guess, if you're all sheltering. That's nice. My brother-in-law actually works at the Honda plant, so yeah, see Sean walking around, ask him for a tattoo. But give me 1 second here. 1 second. Just looking through the comments. All calm in Windsor, says Nana. So far. But Future Radar is saying that it's gonna get probably pretty noisy in the Windsor area. Jeff says they have a tornado siren at the plant at Honda. Very odd. I mean, it's good to have. I think that's not odd. I think that's great. I think that's fantastic that they have the siren there. If they have it turned on right now, that would be odd. I would think that would be odd. But hey, again,
severe thunderstorm warning says a tornado is possible.
Oh, that's right. That's a good point, Brennan. That's a good point. I have a feeling that that's going to get updated at some point in time. Brennan's got the alerts up on the screen here, as you can see in red. Oh, sorry, go ahead. You can see in red, we have the severe thunderstorm warnings. And if you see them where they have the dashed lines kind of on a northeasterly angle, that is the mention of tornado potential within the severe thunderstorm warning. So there is a severe thunderstorm warning for Goderich and Grand Bend and Exeter, Clinton, Wingham as well, too. but that one does not have the dashed line. So Environment Canada has not mentioned the potential for a tornado risk within that severe thunderstorm warning. Areas in orange, tornado watch. And it's possible, I'm not sure 100%, but it's possible that Allison is in a tornado. Are they in a tornado watch, Brendan? Can you double check? I think so. And if they
yes, I believe. Let me double check on that.
They are in the tornado watch. Yeah, so if they're inside the tornado watch, then that's all. They're probably, so they've got a tornado warning that says there's a tornado potential. They've got, sorry, they have a severe thunderstorm warning that says tornado potential, and they have a tornado watch. So that might be why they've got people in shelter. And hey, that's, you know what, that's proactive. I'm all about proactive. I think that's great. It looks like Liam might have that path, that tornado path at some point in time. I saw it there on your screen there, Liam, but maybe Brendan, if you could throw that down. Oh, there we go. Let's bring it into this mode here. Okay. So Liam, do you want to bring that up? And I'll, there we go. Perfect. So this is actually the
Twitter. I pulled up the dashboard, but it doesn't actually have the path. Yeah, so it just has a little. See. I can maybe zoom
it's starting to clear up a bit. Yeah, and then it's gonna fight you on that zoom in. Maybe you could zoom in OBS. That might actually help.
Yep.
Yeah,
I'll do that
for sure. Cool.
I can just.
There's a good question from Angela here. Angela says, if you have no basement, is the best bet to go to the bathroom tub? If the bathroom tub is on the lowest level and it's in the most interior room with as many walls between the outside and you as possible, then yeah, sure, why not? But never go upstairs to a bathtub. If there's a level that is lower than the bathtub, that's where you want to be. You never want to go higher up to get to a bathtub. So thank you for the question. I appreciate it. One more comment here. Rose says, kudos to Honda. Windsor assembly employees were receiving take cover warnings on their phones from EC, yet the production lines just kept running. Oh no, that's brutal. Tornado struck mere blocks away. Ouch. That's not good. That's not good. I know the back in 2016, the Kotex factory got a big chunk of the roof and a wall taken out as well too. And yeah, that's not great. So yeah, definitely. If there is a risk, then you certainly want to take shelter in the path of it. One more comment, Liam. Sorry, says your radar shows a lot potentially happening over London, but the weather network shows just missing London. Can you touch on London area? Yeah, so we talk about this a lot, but let me just throw this up so you can see my head at some point in time while I ramble on. So the difference is what some radar apps like TWN's is doing is they take past radar and they move it in the direction it's going to create their future radar. So you'll see the past radar, it's moving around, it's birthing, it's changing like classic radar would do. The storms are alive, and all of a sudden, if you notice, they just freeze and then start to drift the way they were heading to create future radar. That can be useful in some cases, but in cases where new storms are going to develop, storms are going to grow, storms are going to die, all of those cases, using a model approach, which is what we're doing in our app, is going to be superior because the model can estimate that these storms are going to die out, or they're going to grow, or they're going to strengthen, or et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But if there are no storms in the past and you move no storms forward, then it's going to show no storms in the future. So, you know, those circumstances don't necessarily help. But anyways, yeah, so that's just trying to explain the difference between using a modeled future radar approach as opposed to just taking past radar and shifting it into the future. So, Liam, I'll throw it back to you. And this is the Marmara tornado track.
Yep.
All the way from what, Rockdale?
Yeah, Rockdale all the way to just, I'm not sure. We tracked this all the way through. And there were some towns on the right that are on the east that I remember the names of. I don't remember them right now, but we tracked them. We assumed that it could have been tracking towards those towns. So I'm pretty sure we sent out a notification for the towns east of that as well. But Actinolite was one of the towns we were talking about too.
Pretty hard. Yeah. Sorry. I think I said that Marmara was missed to the north, but I think I was actually talking about Madoc. Because you can see that it just missed Madoc to the north, but I think actually it did hit Marmara proper.
Well, Marmara and Lake.
No, it is. Yeah, so I see. No, it is to the north. Okay.
Yep, because it kind of tracked parallel to 7, and then kind of bridged right into Actinolite through that. So.
Yeah. Yeah, that That is a long track, 55-kilometer track. That's pretty intense for sure. That's pretty significant. So 55.8. Hey, I was right. I remembered that term. So there we go. Cool. But yeah, so again, I hope everybody stayed safe. I know that there were some injuries. I hope everybody's okay. And our thoughts are with all those who were affected by that one, because that was an absolute beast of a tornado. That was ridiculous. And kudos to the team. You know, Brennan and Alana were doing fantastic. I was watching on my phone, trying to put my son to bed. You know, he gets grumpy if dad doesn't put him to bed. So he's only 5 for so long. So anyways, but I was there. I was just on my phone and chirping into the live stream once in a while. But it looks like those strong winds are starting to move into Southwestern Ontario now. So let's jump back to raw radar. Again, this is actually our Instant Weather Pro product that we built for the Northern Tornadoes project, but we're going to be coming out with it as an option within our Instant Weather app, which we're super excited about. We're doing a lot of work in the background to make that happen right now, so we appreciate your patience with it. The idea is to get a beta test going. I mean, we've already sent it out to a few dozen folks to do some testing on it for like an alpha test. The idea is to get more members onto it for a beta test within the next few weeks, and then we're going to test it all the way through the winter, you know, of course in Canada, but also in the US, and then make a true proper launch by next spring is the idea. So, but yeah, we will be doing a beta test, kind of a closed beta test. We'll post a link and we'll do a first come first serve. And anyways, long story short, we can't wait to get this into your hands, because you know, the same tool that we're using, that the Northern Tornadoes project is using as well too, and we can't wait to have everybody using it as well too in the community. So very excited. But these winds right now are super strong. Something that Instant Weather Pro has that hasn't really ever been available in the past. I have no idea why. Like, it boggles the mind that we have the kilometer-an-hour readout. Like, look above my head right here. There is a kilometer-an-hour readout when I do the mouse over of different bins. And every single app that has ever existed, I don't know why, miles per hour, knots. And then for the metric version, they do meters per second. Oh, that's great. I can't convert meters per second in my head. All I've remembered about meters per second is that if it's 25 or higher, I think that's 90 kilometers or higher. So as long as I see 25 or higher on some other apps, I'm like, okay, that's bad. But yeah, so an actual kilometer-an-hour readout here, 100 kilometer-an-hour winds over Lake Huron, potentially heading towards the Goderich area, maybe Clinton, maybe Grand Bend. Actually, let's take a little animation on this one and see.
There's also a picture out of Grand Bend I'm going to pull up.
Oh, there's probably a crazy shelf right now. Oh, yeah.
And people in the water, which isn't really a great idea.
Yeah, it's if you're in the water and the water gets struck by lightning, that would be bad. That would be bad.
Yeah, if you're watching the live stream while swimming, maybe go on shore.
And kudos to your phone for being so waterproof. I was going to say, like, if you might have an IP68 rating if you're swimming with your phone. But yeah, so that's pretty intense here. Let me flip over to Detroit radar and take a peek. Detroit's still showing some pretty strong winds near Lake Fenton, and showing a little bit of rotation on some of these storms. It's kind of messy. Nothing's really jumping out right there. But when we flip over to Exeter radar, these winds that are coming in right now, if they hold, you could be seeing severe wind gusts with this line. I mean, look at this storm. I mean, this storm is pretty expansive. I'm going to jump over to our free app Instant Weather, and because we can do the whole area to see the actual storm line, because it's an impressive line of storms. In fact, where does it go? It goes so far. Oh my goodness, this line of storms goes so far. It goes to Missouri. Holy moly. Let me just flip over to that right now, because that is ridiculous. This line of storms goes all the way down to about St. Louis. So you can really see the front. And that whole big line of storms is the north side of it is basically Kawartha Lakes or so, maybe a little bit more into Eastern Ontario. Yeah, it looks like the north side of it goes all the way to maybe about Bancroft. Yeah, so Bancroft is the very north side of the storm, where it's all kind of just messy rain, heavy rain over there, maybe some gusty winds and some lightning. But then Goes all the way down to St. Louis. That is impressive. That's an impressive line of storms. There actually looks like there's some isolated cells up by Sault Ste. Marie. I might want to take a peek on that area because even days ago, Environment Canada was talking about tornado risk for Sault Ste. Marie. So should probably go look at some of those supercells. But let's hit play on past and future radar. This is the upgraded future radar that gives you 5 hours at 15-minute intervals, which is, I think, $13 a year or so. But as little as, I think, 50 cents a month, you can get the 5 hours at 30-minute intervals as well too. So again, huge thank you to all those who have upgraded the radar in our app Instant Weather, and to remove ads and to give you 5 hours of future radar. So we really sincerely appreciate it. Thank you for all those who have been sending in super chats, all those who have been sending in stars on Facebook. All of that makes a big difference. We sincerely appreciate it. So thank you. Please let us know if you have done any of that, and we'll try our best to find your comments and thank you as well too here. So Janice says Honda tornado alarms have stopped. They're getting out of their designated tornado areas. So what do they have there exactly? Is it like are the bathrooms also storm shelters or something like that? That's probably the case. Let us know exactly what's happening there. So Vicky Ball says, I just got the year subscription. Thought I had it before. I'm glad you got it now. Thank you so much, Vicky. I appreciate it. Thank you kindly. Pizza says, hope the app isn't bugging out when it says thunder and hail for tomorrow. It's possible. Let us know where you are and we can take a peek into it. Calico says, anybody asking about the Ottawa Valley? I think far eastern Ontario is fine. You might get some rain. Future radar talks about the storms actually fizzling before they even get there, but you might see some rain. You could see some storms, but the overall severe risk is definitely in southwestern Ontario, especially what's coming for the deep southwest. So there is no severe thunderstorm watch in deep southwestern Ontario, which is somewhat surprising.
Yes, there is. It was just added.
Oh, there is? Oh, they just added it? Okay, I just don't see it on what I'm looking at here. Did they just add it? A while ago? Where is it? Oh, maybe the special weather statement is on top of those polygons. That's probably what it is.
There it is.
That's probably what it is. They did add it. Thank you for clarifying. It's a good thing Brendan's here, or I would just be speaking nonsense constantly. So as you can see, severe thunderstorm watches are now extended all the way to Windsor and Leamington, Chatham-Kent, Sarnia, St. Thomas, London, Woodstock, Kitchener-Waterloo, Guelph, even Newmarket, and areas southeast of Lake Simcoe. The severe thunderstorm warnings are still for the Barrie area and to the south. Of course, there is some lightning, there is some strong winds, but radar is not too excited past that point. But again, to the southwest, what we're seeing moving into Grand Bend and Goderich area right now, probably moving into areas to the south of that as well too. It looks pretty intense as far as the winds are concerned. Janice says, camping in Bracebridge, anything we need to be worried about? Nah, there might be some lightning or maybe some heavy rain, but I'm not seeing anything too significant up there right now. Anthony says, hi Liam, hi Brendan, hi Adam. Not here to ask questions. I can read a map and understand that you don't ever know. To clarify, a lot of folks in our community cannot read a map, and it actually blows my mind that people get so mad at them, like, oh, you should know how to read a map by now. But if somebody couldn't read, a book, you wouldn't be like mad at them that they can't read words. So why are we mad at people because they can't read maps? I don't get that at all. Yeah, I don't get that at all. I feel like we should have empathy for those who can't read maps. You know what I mean? Like, if you can't read a map, it's kind of like not being able to read English or not being able to read French or not being able to read something in particular. So if you can't read maps, that's something, and we'll try to help. So that's why we try to help our best. And if you have our free app, you don't have to read a map. You can just search your location, and it will just tell you, when there's going to be storms expected, what alerts you're under, and you don't have to read a map at all. So, yeah. So anyways, thanks, Anthony, for whatever that was. So as I continue to scroll here through the comments, Someone said, is there a tornado? Oh, Cube Consolves on YouTube says, is the tornado gone? So we don't know if there ever was a tornado. There was multiple funnel clouds reported, and there was multiple tornado warnings issued, but we never had a confirmation of a touchdown from those particular storms. So we'll have to see. I mean, it's possible that something did touch down briefly, but we don't actually have anything specific here. Oh, amazing person 3409 coming in with some wisdom. If you're having difficulties, what helps me is the highways, which you can use to help locate your area. That's a great tip. Thank you. Amazing person 3409, who we feel is amazing and most likely person. Let's see here. Samantha says 2 tornado warnings in Bruce County along Lake Huron. Yeah, those happened a while ago. So there's currently no tornado warnings right now. But there were tornado warnings earlier. Yes, that is true. Sabrina says, yet I have someone telling me we're under a tornado watch and or a warning. So there are tornado watches in place. Brennan, do you want to throw up the map there? There are tornado watches in place right now. There are severe thunderstorm warnings in place, but there are no tornado warnings in place right now. There is a severe thunderstorm warning that mentions the potential for a tornado, but nothing exciting on radar underneath that particular alert right now. So I have a feeling that Environment Canada may change that description to pull out the tornado risk from that from that alert. So, but that's up to them. We'll see how that goes. Larissa says, we appreciate all your hard work. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Thank you kindly. Marianne says, appreciate the information you all give. Thank you so much. Sincerely appreciate all the kind words everyone's saying. Thank you, thank you, thank you. But yes, there are no tornado warnings at this point in time. We'll see how things develop to the southwest. But mainly a damaging wind risk in southwestern Ontario. Chantel says, Adam, I missed what you said about London. London's under a severe thunderstorm watch, and based on future radar, if we flip back here, you can see, excuse me, I need to drink some water, I think. You can see that it's very possible that London will see storms this evening, maybe around 7-ish or so. Maybe a little early. I always find that future radar is just a slight bit late as far as its timing. I feel like if it hits London on future radar at 7, you're probably going to see storms at maybe like 6:30 or 6 o'clock. We'll see. Sometimes it's bang on, but sometimes it's a little on the late side, I feel. And then other times it's early, so who knows? Let's see here. Just going through the Dallas says, hey, Adam, I'm curious, what time do you think the tornado watch would be done? Probably they pull it this evening, I would think. I would think maybe it's possible that they're going to
into the evening.
Yeah, the actual wording is this afternoon into the evening. I feel like they might extend it to the south, but maybe they'll just stick with the severe thunderstorm watch. If they were going to extend it to the south, they probably would have done it instead of a severe thunderstorm watch. So, we'll have to see. We'll have to see how that does develop through the evening hours here. I did say I wanted to take a peek up for our friends up in Sault Ste. Marie because there's some isolated, grumpy-looking storms up there. Let's just go have a peek at what we see there. Oh, yes. Folded velocity. If you use velocity radar and is long range, definitely go to tilt 2. Because tilt 1 is range folded beyond repair. Yeah. Doesn't look too bad up in Sault Ste. Marie right now. Not too bad at this point in time. Let's just flip back to King City radar. There's something going on in Lake Huron?
Strong winds.
Winds, yeah, 90, 100 kilometer an hour.
That little weak rotation is now into Southampton, but look at this.
Yeah, it's been
fake supercell.
Weird.
It's been continuing. It's been continuing for several frames. I'm hoping it's producing nothing.
It's disappeared on King now. Oh no, it's still a little bit there.
Still there. I mean, look, there's definitely a mezzo there, but it's so soft and transparent. It's likely nothing. But if you're sitting in Southampton right now, I bet you the storms are kind of swirling above your head. But Yeah, hopefully not touching down, but it looks interesting for sure. It's just so weak on reflectivity. I mean, hey, we've had some crazy times. Dave Patrick, you know, he was famous for like a little green blob of a storm produced a little tiny land spout, and he happened to be right underneath it. So, I mean, you know, I've seen weaker storms produce, but we'll see. We will see. Jay says, is there potential for severe thunderstorms to continue this evening for Barrie? Should I stay in the basement tonight? No and no. I mean, unless your basement's cool and cozy and you got like a TV down there and like Xbox or something. I don't know. If you like hanging out down there, it might not be a bad idea. But I would say that at this point in time, Barrie is good. I'm in Barrie, and I'm not running to get my family right now or anything like that to come down here to the basement. So I think you're all right. But again, if your basement's like set up for hanging out, then it might be a cool time. Let's see here. I did see, 1 second. There was a couple of comments. Kate says, how bad will the storms be in Newmarket? It could be marginally severe, but so far on radar, it just doesn't look that exciting. So I mean, other than lightning, of course, lightning's always severe. But again, lightning doesn't constitute a severe thunderstorm warning. Let's see here. Just scrolling through the comments. Lana, our friend from Madoc, says, according to the app, storms might hit Madoc around midnight. Do you think they will be severe? I don't think so. I don't think so. There might be some lightning, but I really don't think they're going to be severe over that way. From what I can tell. Miranda says, why can I see my breath outside? It's super weird, but cool. The dew points are probably super high right now. Yeah, that's a question for Jason Brand or maybe Alana. Why can you see your breath? I think it's just because it's so humid that I don't know. That's a good question. Mackenzie says, where's Snacks the cat? Where is Snacks the cat? I don't know. He's over there somewhere. I love that. I had to post that this morning where I'm like, okay, I got to go feed my cat. And instead of Brennan typing, Adam will be right back, he said, Adam is feeding his cat, and put it up on the live stream. That's funny. Let's see here. So many comments. Oh my goodness. 1 second. Scrolling. Someone asked about Northern Ontario. Side note, if you're on Facebook or Twitter and you're in Northeastern Ontario, North Central Ontario, or Northwestern Ontario, and I'm talking like Kenora, Dryden, Thunder Bay, Timmins, Sault Ste. Marie, North Bay. If you're in any of those areas, then definitely follow us on our sister page called Instant Weather Northern Ontario. So search that on Facebook or search that on Twitter, and we cover Northern Ontario on that particular page. It's a long story why we call the southern page Ontario, and then we call the northern page Northern Ontario. There was like surveys and polls, and the community voted. Anyways, long story short, we have a page dedicated to the north, and Ontario Storm Watch and Instant Weather Ontario is dedicated to the south. It's a long story, and it would be a much longer name to say Southern Ontario Storm Watch. Anyways, let's not get too deep into it. Ontario's Most Haunted said, should change it one time to say the cat is feeding Adam. Oh, yeah. Let's see here. Melanie says, Adam, go grab a coffee now during the calm before you need it this afternoon. Touché. So I just in my ear here, meteorologist Elena Franks on our team said, the reason that you do see your breath is because of the high dew points, aka extreme humidity, and the humidity in your breath coming out. You can actually visually see it, which is pretty crazy. So it is currently not winter; it's just very, very humid out. Thank you very much, Nosferatu on YouTube with a super sticker for $1.49. Thank you so much for the super chat. We sincerely appreciate the super sticker. Thank you kindly. Social Corruption says north is greater than the south. I'm sure there are people who would argue that with you. But I bet you those in the north would assume that the north is better than the south. Those in the south are going to assume the south is better than the north. And why can't we all just get along? Let's see here.
Adam, when you
Caitlin,
have a second,
oh, sorry.
when you have a second, look at Listowel on velocity from Exeter. Just a
I'll
little
check it
bit
right
of
now.
it's broad, but there's a little bit of something going.
I see what you're saying. Yeah,
It does.
the red side of it is interesting. Oh, okay. Yeah, it's
You know what I mean?
a
The
little
red and the
disconnected,
green
but
right in the notch, but
yeah. The green
no,
I think is noise, but the red, but the bright values in the red are pretty wild. This is probably noise because it's 142 kilometers an hour, 142, and then like 79 right beside it. So, but potentially getting close to severe winds heading through Listowel. But that storm is a pretty nasty looking storm too. It's kind of got a hook going on with it too. So yeah, that's a good one to keep an eye on. Yeah. Oh, I see. There's something. Were you talking about this, or are you talking about this?
I was talking about the actual internal, like
The north side?
embedded, the north side where it's actually lining up.
Oh,
with the
okay.
hook.
Yeah, that is something. There's something going on there. It's very weak at this point, but yeah, we need to watch that. That's a good eye, Liam. Nice. Oh, I had a comment on the screen that said, "Can you tell?" Oh, here we go. Caitlin says, "Can you tell us about Owen Sound?" Owen Sound is a wonderful community located just south of Bruce Peninsula, near the Georgian Bay areas, and the people there are great. And oh, sorry, you mean the storms? So I don't. I Alana called me a smart ass in the background. I lived in Owen Sound, by the way. I was born in Sarnia. Then we moved to Owen Sound when I was like 1, I think, ish. And then we moved to Barrie when I was 3. So anyways, yeah, I lived in Owen Sound. I don't remember a thing. I was 1 year old. But I heard it's nice. Let's see here. A lot of rain. You're good. Owen Sound's good. Rain. Kelly says, is Toronto going to have a bad storm? You might see a storm later on tonight based on future radar. Pretty late in the evening, maybe towards like 8 or 9-ish. Future radar still trying to destroy the storms before they move into Toronto. So I don't know. You might have nothing, but you might get a storm. We'll see. Let's see here. Diego says, yeah, don't worry about it, Diego. It's all good. We don't mind people asking about their area. Of course, you can go check the app, and that's what we usually do. But Teresa says, cloudy with a chance of meatballs. It's a good movie. But of course, we don't mind folks asking about their area, for sure. Thank you so much. Grim Talons comes in with a super sticker for $2. Thank you so much, Grim. We appreciate it. Ashley says, any updates on Alston? I don't think anything's going on fancy over there. I know that, there are storms to the northwest. The warning has ended. Okay. So the severe thunderstorm warning has ended for that area. There are more storms coming in from the northwest, as you can see right here. But just more rain, maybe some lightning, some gusty winds, but nothing too wild as far as winds are concerned. What's going on there? Interesting. And yeah, you can kind of see it from King as well too there, Liam.
Oh wow.
Near Brotherston. A little bit of broad rotation. Let's check it out from Exeter. We should have a new update. I think. Yeah, it looks not as great from Exeter now.
It's filling in. That little notch is filling in again. Yeah. So again, the storm's coming in. Whoa! If this is real, I'm hoping. Oh, thank you so much, Stadium Property. Appreciate it. Appreciate the super chat. Thank you kindly. If this is legit, as far as the winds are concerned in Bayfield right now, 104 kilometers an hour. Is there? I'm assuming severe thunderstorm warning. Yep. So severe thunderstorm warning for the Bayfield area, and some really strong wind gusts showing up on Exeter radar. And Exeter's not that far from there, actually. So this could actually be pretty substantial right now. If you were in the Bayfield area, these were those winds we were talking about coming in from the west. Oh, I'm on tilt 2. Let's go down to tilt 1. Probably not as strong, but probably still pretty damn strong. Let's see here. Pretty darn strong near Bayfield. Yeah, still 95, 90, 85, 90. Yeah, those are some pretty strong winds. And east of Bayfield has a 99. If you're in the path of this cluster of storms right now that's moving in from Lake Huron, if you're in here, there is some strong winds right now. So areas like Bayfield, Varna,
Van Astra, Brucefield, Goshen, Bluewater, Blake, Drysdale, Hills Green, Kippen. Those areas, if you're in the path of this cluster of storms, the winds coming in right now are super strong. So hopefully everybody's staying safe. Look at this line. I don't think any model had a line that's that organized, which is really interesting. The winds west of Boots and Hearts is going right now. Thank you very much. Yeah, Aurelia, the festival here is getting some rain. That's about it. All I'm seeing up in Aurelia.
August 4th. I just Googled it.
Oh, it's August 4th is tomorrow? So Boots and Hearts is tomorrow. So I'm sure they're setting up for it right now. But yeah, that's it doesn't look like anything too exciting over there. But yeah, Blythe. Strong winds there. So I know the Blythe Festival has canceled for this evening. And good on them for doing that because it looks pretty intense there for sure. And but yeah, those winds coming into Bayfield look really intense. And there's some pretty strong winds over here in on this part of the line over in Michigan, maybe heading towards Sarnia area though. So heads up to our team member Miranda, who's in Sarnia. She always feels like she gets missed by every storm, so she might get this one. And then Brennan's assuming that she's going to get missed by this one. I think I can just read his thoughts right now. He always assumes that Ren is going to get missed by every storm. But yeah, Sarnia might see a severe storm. This storm line coming into Southwestern Ontario, especially from the Exeter radar, looks really strong. It looks less strong from the Detroit radar.
Mark just posted a video of it on Twitter. Let me see if I can pull it up.
From where? From Bayfield, or is he on Lake Huron there?
Grand Bend, I believe. Grand Bend.
Oh, he's in Grand Bend. Yeah. Yeah, it's probably pretty nasty there. He's probably got the shelf.
No, it's just wind. Stop blowing around.
Oh, the winds are... Yeah, he's not even in the storm yet, but the wind's already whipping there right now. So yeah, that looks pretty nasty. So that's from Mark Robinson from the Weather Network on Twitter there. At StormHunterTWN, and he says debris flying off trees. Yeah, those winds are going to get even stronger for him there. That line looks pretty nasty. So if you're in the Bayfield area, if you are in Seaforth, Hensall, Mitchell, Exeter, Lucan, Stratford, yeah, those winds look intense. So I hope everybody's staying safe with that line. It can certainly bring some trees down, and no matter what it's called, whether it's straight line winds or a downburst or a microburst or a tornado, I always say it really, I mean, scientifically it matters, but in the moment, you're not like, there's a tree falling towards me. Is it rotating? You know, you don't really care. You just it's dangerous at that point in time. In the moment, it's dangerous. You don't care what it's called. Later on, do some investigations, find out if it was swirling or not, or, you know, all of those factors. But in the moment, just get to a safe place. That's all that really matters. All that matters. But yeah, so everything happening to the north looks boring. So, you know, the storms that are moving through Collingwood again now, Barrie, Aurelia, Bancroft, there's a lot of precipitation. There's a flooding risk here, so don't get me wrong on that side. That part isn't boring. There could be, especially with areas that are seeing multiple rounds. It looks like just constant rain through Minden and Haliburton and Bancroft and all those areas there. So it's certainly some flooding risk, especially areas that have seen multiple rounds of storms. However, in Southwestern Ontario right now, that's where we're starting to see what could be the strongest severe line of the day, moving into areas like Bayfield, Clinton, Seaforth, Mitchell, Stratford, St. Mary's, eventually down towards London. It's possible later on this evening. Strathroy, Sarnia, Petrolia, basically Southwestern Ontario is going to see some pretty intense storms. So we'll have to see how they do develop as we move through this evening. There's something going on here. Is anybody looking over Lake Huron? South side, west of Grand Bend. There's something going on right here. It's broad, but it's a little soft, but it's not really showing up in Exeter. But it's worth watching. worth watching for sure.
That,
We should be
that
getting
was the
underrated.
rotation we saw earlier in Michigan on land.
Oh, near Flint that moved to the east. Oh, okay,
Yeah.
okay, interesting.
I believe
so
that was
still
the one that
kinda,
was south of Sandusky.
I see. So it's weakening, but it's tracking to the east. So that's interesting for sure.
London was just added to the severe thunderstorm warning in Stratford.
Severe thunderstorm warning for London. Good to know.
Mhm.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
There we go.
So the severe thunderstorm warnings have extended further to the south. London has been added. So Exeter, Lucan, Strathroy. It looks like St. Thomas is just south of that warning area from what I can tell on this map. So I think maybe they're
Yeah,
the region to
correct.
the south. Yeah. Petrolia, Lambton Shores, Grand Bend, Goderich is still in it. Listowel, Clinton. Yeah. So basically anywhere in the line of that line of storms. If you are north of that line of storms, then it's not too intense probably. It should be maybe some rain and maybe some more thunderstorms, but it should be slowly tapering off.
And
I would think.
London proper isn't really seeing much right now. It's mainly just because of the polygon, right? Because near the so.
And proactively because they're probably going to be seeing
locations.
it. Right?
Grand Bend, Exeter, Wingham, Listowel, Lambton Shores, Pinery Provincial Park, Blue Water, Clinton, Blythe, Seaforth, Harriston, and Palmerston. So London isn't really affected yet.
Yep.
Yet. Yeah, exactly. It definitely in the path of that storm, though, for sure. Sabrina says, is Alliston going to get the storm bad? I don't think so. I think areas to the north are looking less severe as time goes on, and I know some of those warnings have dropped. Oh, hello. Where do you think you're going? A little bit of minor rotation kind of south of Dryden, northeast of Gowenstown, north of Wallace on that line. That could be a little... Sorry?
That's the notch then that's the notch that I pointed out earlier, and it's
I see. So this is a multi-frame situation here. Oh, yeah, you're right. Yeah, that's... And it's becoming almost a little bit more organized right here. I think I kind of want to go minor on that because that could be QLCS potential. Which way is that going? Because usually when you see like a QLCS meso, it's like it's very transient and weak, but it's there.
East northeast. It's going east northeast mainly. So towards Arthur.
I think I'm gonna go minor on that. I think that one's worth a minor update. So let's do it together on the stream. Give me just a moment and I'll get that ready so we can send out that notification to those folks in that area. If you're near Dryden right now, kind of south of Palmerston, Teviot Dale has had their fair share of tornado activity in the past. Yeah, it's an interesting region for sure. Where is it here? Okay, I see where it is. Okay. So let me just pull that over and make sure I've got the latest update. Is there a new update? There must be a new one. I think this is a new update. No, that should be the same. Yeah, so it's the Palmerston, Gowenstown, Dryden, that whole area right there. Okay, let me flip over and let's do this together. Did it show up? Come back. Oh, hold on. Why does things not work sometimes? It's frustrating. Okay. I see. I just have to switch this to there we go. Cool. Okay, now I can transition. Great. Okay. So let's draw a polygon for those folks that are kind of in the Dryden area. I'm seeing some minor rotation right about here. I'm just going to go straight east with it, and then I'm going to go to the northeast with it. I think that part of it is moving northeast, but the overall line is moving more like east, southeast, isn't it? Let's see. Oh, it is kind of tracking northeast. Huh. All right. Why ever doubt Liam? I don't know. Never doubt Liam. Let's see here. I'll do that with it, and it's kind of going to the northeast. So I'm going to pull this a little bit further and then send an update. Let's see how many folks we have in the path of that one. 921. Wow. Okay. Minor rotation detected on this storm near, let's see here. What is it? Near Dryden, north of Listowel, tracking east-northeast. And what time is it right now? It is 5:01. Remember that time well. That's the time that the Angus tornado touched down in 2014 at 5:01. Okay, so sending a minor rotation notification to all those in the path. So if you are in the path of that storm, you would have just received that. And let's cross our fingers that it weakens and turns into squat. That would be the best. I see. I was looking at the wrong radar. Okay. Oh, whoa. Whoa. You got to see this. Where did it go? Oh, you can see it on stream.
That's out
holy
front.
Moly.
I don't know what's going on there, but that's very weird because I checked that too. It's like...
It's out front, but it's part of that storm. It could be those really strong inflow winds. Whoa. Did you see that develop?
Yep.
Actually, yeah. You know what? That's something. That's not nothing. I know it's out in front of the storm, but that's like really strong inflow winds. Whoa. That could be... This reminds me of what happened in Sarnia, because in Sarnia there was like a really strong wind signature that was separate from the storm, but like a tree came down in Sarnia, blue skies. So it's obviously that, you know, radar is picking up on those winds. 106 kilometers an hour heading into Moorfield. Yeah, this looks pretty strong heading into Wyandotte, Northfield to the northeast. So maybe Rothsay, Bosworth, Drayton. Yeah, those are some pretty strong winds, and we did see some minor rotation on that storm as well too. So that is probably the strongest we've in the area right now, besides what's moving into those strong winds into Bayfield and Blake. I'm going to jump into the comments here, and if anyone is in that area, please let us know what you're experiencing. Some weird comments. Anyways, okay. Something about bathrooms, but anyways, okay. So someone asked about Amherstburg. Any chance of a tornado in deep southwestern Ontario? It's not entirely out of the question, but the main risk is going to be damaging winds. But it's not entirely out of the question for Amherstburg here. Oh, is that Kevin Frankish? Hey, Kevin Frankish has joined us on YouTube. That guy, everybody knows him from that breakfast television, of course, for many, many years. And now he is on the radio, and awesome. We love Kevin Frankish. Zoom out and take a look at this line of the entire system. St. Louis to Montreal, amazing. So, Kevin, we actually did. We did that I don't know, 15, 20 minutes ago. We did a big zoom out and watched, and it was St. Louis all the way to Bancroft, basically. Yeah, it's a crazy line, but thanks for joining us, Kevin. We appreciate it. Oh, perfect. Oh, great. Oh, he shared the link to our stream on his Twitter. Oh, that's awesome. Thank you so much, Kevin. Kevin's great. We love him. That guy. I like his show on the radio is called That Guy, which kind of makes sense. You know, people see him walking down the street and they're like, hey, that guy. This is perfect. That's great. Hey, Kevin's great. Let's see here.
We have a new frame
Bruce,
from
Kevin watched you for years. Sorry, go ahead.
We have a new frame from King on that Palmerston storm.
Oh, new frame from King? Okay, yeah.
Yeah, just take a quick peek.
Yes, I will. I'm going to take a quick peek at extra as well, too. Yeah, that line is, that's, oh, yeah. Okay. Well, based on what we're seeing from Exeter and based on what we're seeing from King, I mean, there is rotation on that storm. If you are south of Palmerston, near Trey Castle, heading up towards Teviotdale, Rothsay, there's some strong winds on that storm, and there is some signs of rotation. So that might be, so far, that's looking like the strongest storm we've seen today. Yeah, I mean, you zoom out, it sticks out as the storm in that cluster of storms for sure. So that's certainly concerning. Let's take a look to Detroit radar is kind of fizzling a bit. It doesn't look as strong at this point in time. So it's possible these storms are going to move into southwestern.
For Sarnia now.
Oh, okay. All right. Environment Canada has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for Sarnia. Caitlin says a small tornado touched down in Baxter like 30 minutes ago between Angus and Alliston. Do you have any more information on that? Did you personally see it? Did you see a report of that? Please link us. If you can post it actually on our reporting group, if you do have more information about that. Let me see here. It is, where did it go? Where did our reporting group go? Oh, there it is right there. Facebook.com/groups/Ontario Storm Reports. If you are on Facebook, please join our Ontario Storm Reports group. You can search that, or you can punch in this link specifically and share any more details about that. That's the first we've heard about a small touchdown between Angus and Alliston, but in Baxter. Hopefully everybody's safe if that did touch down. Yeah, radar didn't really look that impressive, but Kathy says, no, we didn't get one in Angus. Yeah, so she didn't say it was in Angus. She said it was between Angus and Alliston. Caitlin says Baxter, not Leicester. Yeah, so hopefully... Jennifer says, we took tornado shelter at work in Alliston. Yeah, so maybe they got a phone call of that report, potentially, and that's why they got everybody to the shelters. That's possible. Yeah, it's possible, but that's the first we've heard of it. Hold on a second. Caitlin says, my husband's friend saw it in Baxter, took down a tree in her friend's yard. Oh, wow. Caitlin, can you ask them if they have any photos or any videos, or if maybe they can just report their, even if it's just a description of what happened, if you can tell him to jump onto our reports page and fill out those details, that would be very, very useful. I'm sure the Northern Tornadoes Project would love to hear about that, and they will certainly follow up with him and try to get more details as well, too. Kelly says, decent rotation in Centralia. Centralia? Centralia. I don't know how to pronounce that. Let me see here. Okay, system. Sorry, just reading through. So much rain in Palmerston. Yes, it is pretty intense here. Francois says, I can't share photos on this feed. Yeah, so don't share photos here on the live stream, but go to our report group. So go to the little search bar at the top of Facebook, whether it's the magnifying glass or if you're on a desktop computer, you can go to the search bar at the top and type in Ontario Storm Reports. So we're not talking about our Ontario Storm Watch page, which many of you are on, but we're talking about our Ontario Storm Reports group, which has grown like a weed. The thing is like 120,000 now. We only started it, what is it, 2 years ago, a year and a half ago, something like that. But anyways, yeah, it has grown
probably
substantially.
Not even a year. It's been not that long.
I think it's been a little over a year, I think. But yeah, anyways, yeah. So it's just exploded, and we sincerely appreciate all those who have joined and who are sharing their reports. We really love the idea of the report group because it removes friction. So if you have a report of, let's say, a funnel cloud or a tornado or something to that extent, you post it on that group, then we can see it, but also the entire community can see it immediately. It doesn't just go into our inbox somewhere or onto a comment on some post we posted earlier, and we have to try to find those. Immediately, it's available, and that's very exciting that everybody can see your report instantly. We like, just in case you haven't figured it out, we like things fast. We like things instant. Hence the name. Let's see here. Robbie says, you guys need a standalone page for reports. So what I was just talking about is our standalone page reports called Ontario Storm Reports on Facebook. But maybe you mean standalone, not on Facebook, maybe like on our website. You can actually report weather on our website as well, too. So if you go to our website, and I think up at the top somewhere, you should be able to report what you're experiencing as well, too. And you'll be able to see that. Stacy says, FYI, it's Drayton, not Dryden.
There is still a Dryden where you were looking at.
There is a Dryden. We're not talking. Yeah, we're talking about this Dryden right here. So there actually is a Dryden that's near Drayton, and I think Drayton is up to the northeast of there. Where did it go? Yeah, Drayton's over here, and Dryden's over here. So there is a Drayton near Dryden. So there's both. Not too far from you, just up the road.
Quite strong winds just east of Blue Water coming off of Lake Huron. It's like a little pocket here.
Let me see. Oh, that right there? Ooh, yeah.
Yeah, it's very close to Exeter, so it shouldn't be too elevated.
That's on land?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's legit. That is, I mean, let's see if there's precipitation where that is. Just torrential rain. 107 kilometer an hour wind gusts near Kippen, Hills Green, Hensall. If you are north of Exeter, if you're in the Exeter area, that was those strong winds that were coming in from the water, but they have really picked up as they're heading towards the radar station. Please don't take out our radar station. Please don't. Kippen right here. This is substantial though. Certainly severe wind risk right here. Moving into Hensel, into how would you pronounce this? Chiselhurst. Chiselhurst, Hurondale, Lumley. Sorry, Alana, say that again. Oh, Chiselhurst. What did I say? Scheisel? No, not that. Sorry, Chiselhurst, Lumley, Thames Road. I get Scheisel out of that. Hurondale, Exeter. What is this? How do you pronounce this? Farquhar.
Farquhar?
Farquhar.
Sounds like something from Shrek.
Yeah. If you're in Farquhar, Thames
yeah,
Road,
that's it.
Exeter, Elmville, not Elmville north of Barrie, but Elmville. When I can't pronounce anything. Winchelsea.
In the background.
You know what? Yes, the team is just laughing at me in the headphones here. I'm just going to I'm going to spell things from now on. I'm never pronouncing a name again. If you're in Kippen or Hillsgreen or Hensall, if you're in any of these areas, please let me know how to pronounce your town. Let me see here. What's going on here? Ooh, what's going on south of Atwood there? Have you taken a peek at that? What's going on there?
It looked weird when I first looked at it, but then when I scrolled over, it's really detached. But I don't know.
It is detached, but it's got some strong values in here. Something going on. It's really, I mean, it's detached, but it's not like it's really detached. It's just at the very, very front, right? So it's not like it's like over here. It's still close enough that it's marginally concerning. So let's watch that as we get the next frame. But those strong winds that Brennan pointed out.
Yeah, the strong winds continue into the next frame too.
Oh, okay. Okay, give it just a moment. We should have a new frame shortly. Yeah, I still got 06. I still got 06 on multiple apps, actually. Oh, I see. There is a new frame. Okay. Yeah, I still had 06 on there as well too. That's strange. It's strange, but it's probably. Oh yeah, those strong winds do continue. I see. I'm seeing the next one. Hensall is getting hammered right now. We should have a frame right here. Yeah, there we go. Oh no, that's the last one. That's odd. But yeah, those really strong winds are now into Hensall right about here, and yeah, they're heading towards the Exeter radar station. Please don't hurt our Exeter radar station. I'm seeing some news about American politics that I'm going to block. There we go. So that's slightly off topic. Bean Cell says, do you think Barrie will be fine for the rest of the night? I think we're going to get some more rain and maybe some more storms. But, yeah, but I think Barrie's probably all right. I'm not concerned up here in Barrie at the moment. Kyla says, I'm in Hensall. Can confirm we're getting hammered. That's not good. I hope everybody's okay there. That looks really, really strong. Yeah, it looks super, super strong.
Here's the latest scan.
Oh, that is, yeah, you're right. That is the latest scan right there. I guess I should have it as well too. Yeah, I've got it as well too here. So yeah, Hensall area looks really strong. Look at these winds, 100 kilometers an hour. Anything above? Yeah, 99. Oh, there was 100 right there. Where did it go? Come back. Come back, 100. I can't find. There it is. Right. Okay. 100.44 kilometers an hour at the peak of that wind signature that is heading directly for the Exeter radar. I hope not. Oh, it might just miss to the north. Yeah, and it's getting close to radar 2, which means we're going to start to kind of lose visual on it. If I go to tilt 2, we're going to get a better visual. Tilt 3, tilt 4. This wind signature goes all the way up, so it's certainly looking pretty strong. Hope everybody's staying safe in Hensall. I know that that lady said she's in that area, and she says it's really, really, really strong there. So yeah. A lot of folks keep asking about Grand Bend. Let me take a peek. Grand Bend, there's some pretty strong storms that are heading into the Grand Bend area. They're not there just yet, but it's not going to be long because, you know, Grand Bend's right here, and you can see this line of storms that's heading in. So, yeah, it could be severe storms heading into the Grand Bend area, and into deep southwestern Ontario as well too. I mean, look at this line. There's a big, big, long line of storms. It goes all the way down to St. Louis. It's a huge line of storms. And, yeah, it's looking relatively strong. Some pretty strong winds in there. Excuse me. Not seeing anything as far as strong rotation, which is good. But we did see some rotation up here. We posted about some minor rotation earlier up northeast of Listowel. But that may be weakening. Let's take a peek here. For those in Barrie and Newmarket. Sorry? Yes. Yeah, folks in Sarnia are reporting it's getting pretty dark down there, and they're about to get that storm as well. What's going on here? This part of the storm here in southwestern Ontario, from Mitchell to Listowel to Drayton, that may have a little bit of tornadic potential on it, but nothing is really jumping out too strong as far as rotation is concerned. There was this little thing, but no, that's not much. So, yeah, again, the main risks are going to be damaging wind gusts, torrential rain causing flooding, some hail in there as well too, frequent lightning, and there's a low risk for an isolated tornado, but the main risks are definitely going to be damaging wind gusts. But yeah, Sarnia is either getting it or about to get it. Looks like some really strong winds into Sarnia. This is happening again here. So the storm is up here, but Sarnia has this little patch of rain with really strong wind values. So let's hope this is noise. 114 kilometers an hour, 96. Yeah, Sarnia is certainly into it now. I wonder if we can get the Sarnia webcam going here. Give me just a moment, and I'll see if I can pull it up for the folks in that area. 1 second here. Oh, yeah. Okay. Let's see what we can see. Whoa. Finally, a good webcam shot. It's the first time in our lives we found a good webcam shot. 1 second here. I'm going to pull that up. Navcam. Oh, there we go. Okay. So check these photos out from the Sarnia Airport webcam here. That is a nasty looking shelf cloud that is heading over the area right here. This is what we consider a shelf cloud. It's a big shelf where it's dark, dark, dark underneath, and you can see the general structure there. But look at this shot. This is looking to the north. You can really see the shelf. Wow, it's a multi-layered, kind of a pancake shelf where you have these layers on top of each other. You can really, I mean, that's quite a view. Actually, let's go back here. You can see the shelf coming in. So there's the very start of the shelf, and it's getting closer.
Adam, we have a picture of that damage just outside of Allison. Pull it up.
Oh, the Baxter?
The same person that was talking on the stream, I believe.
Okay. I see. So a little tree down after a small tornado touchdown in Baxter. Husband's friend saw it, friend's house/pool. Huh. So a little bit of a tree damage from what has been reported as a small tornado in that area. I didn't, and it's possible that it could have been a little
tornado warning for Stratford right now.
Oh, tornado warning for Stratford right now. Let's jump into that here.
Let me get it up.
There must have been a report. It's didn't see anything too substantial on radar.
Doesn't say anything about it.
Sorry, let me jump on the Mitchell just got a tornado warning. Yeah, so there is a oh, Becca says Listowel. So okay. Oh, so it must be on that line. Interesting. But they've sent out a tornado warning. So if give Brennan 1 second, he'll pull up the let's jump back to radar here. Give me just 1 second. Brennan's pulling up the map. I'm going to give me just a moment, and I will pull up the actual specific warning from our Ontario Stormwatch page here. See if I can beat Brennan to it, which never happens, but I'll try my best. Let's see. And it didn't come up. Yeah, that's what I get. Oh, you are making it. You're making it by hand. So yeah, that's always tricky. Let's see here. Let me just make sure I've got this up to. Oh, I might beat you. Let's see. Okay, here we go. I gotta beat him. I win the first time in my life. I beat Brennan at anything. Okay. Let's see here. I didn't have to do anything though. I just have to load up a page. You actually have to manually do that by hand. So there's a tornado warning now for Stratford, Gads Hill. Someone said it was for Listowel, but you're just close to the tornado warning, and therefore you got it on your cell phone. This happens all the time, where you're close enough to a cell phone tower to get a signal from it that is inside of a tornado warning. So you get the tornado warning, and you think, I'm under a tornado warning. If that ever happens, jump into our free app, check to see if you're in the tornado warning. Oh, I think they're doing it based on what we're seeing here on, there's a hook. This is actually east of Mitchell where the main focus is. There's a hook near Kinkora. Yeah, Kinkora. So this is the tornado warning, but let's jump into radar here and let's jump into raw radar and get the latest frame. Give me just one moment. Oh, I see what I've done now. I have done things not good. Okay, give me 1 second, and I will set that up. Give me just a moment here. Yeah, we want folks that are in the Kinkora area, Rostock. Yeah, definitely rotation there, heading towards Poole and Milverton, maybe Newton. Those areas look pretty intense there, so I hope everybody's staying safe. Give me just a moment, and I will switch to raw radar so we can see exactly where that is heading. There we go. Perfect. Okay, so there we go. Okay, we've got raw radar now. Let me just oh, perfect. There's the tornado warning right there. Thank you, Brendan, for putting together these maps. They work great. So yeah, it's the Stratford area, possible tornado. And they're reporting 90-kilometer-an-hour wind gusts are possible as well too. But we're seeing, I'm pretty sure it's this right here. So let's jump back for a second to raw radar here. And there's a pretty strong signature and a hook. So you can see this hook right here. There's a hook on the storm near Curryville, Kinkora, Rostock, Moserville, heading into Brunner, Milverton, Poole, maybe towards Lambert. And the signature on there is there's a rotation signature here, but there's a really strong wind signature down here as well too, and that's likely what they're basing this on. If not, storm was there anything in the details, Brendan, that said storm spotter reported anything?
Let me double check.
Because I have a feeling there's probably some spotters in that area right now.
This is capable of producing a tornado.
Capable. Okay, so they're basing it on radar here, but yeah, there's a multi. Yeah, this is actually the rotation couplet right here that happens to be right where that hook is, and so it's not the super strongest couplet, but then it's supported by these really strong infill winds to the south, and as well too there's a second tilt mezzo, and if I go up to tilt 3, it's probably still supported. Yeah, it's still there, and it could also be for this down here as well too, but that's a little bit disconnected. But I think it's probably because of that hook, and because of that mezzo, and who knows, perhaps there is a report for that storm.
Yeah, I'm not seeing anything on Twitter.
Brianna says, why did we get a tornado watch for Port Albert, but it's not showing up on your radar? So just to clarify, tornado watch means there's potential for a tornado in the future, but it doesn't mean that it's not a tornado warning. So remember, watch for a warning. Look out. That was the fastest Brennan's ever got that image up on the screen. A watch means the ingredients are there, and a warning means that take shelter now. So a tornado watch doesn't mean take shelter now. A tornado watch means watch for a warning to be issued, and when a warning's issued, that's when we take shelter. Unless the storm's already there, because we always say, warnings are, of course, we all know warnings are not perfect. And even, us sending rotation notifications, that's not perfect either. Nothing is perfect. Okay. So if there's a really, really bad storm in your area, I wouldn't be like, the trees are falling outside, but, currently, we're not necessarily seeing anything on the alerts. So we're just gonna, ride it out upstairs. Like if things are getting bad, then take shelter. Don't even worry about what's being issued or not issued. If things are getting nasty and you're seeing damage, definitely take shelter when severe weather hits. Right. So here is the warning on the right and the radar on the left. And so if you're in that tornado warning, you're probably wondering what's going on. Stratford is in that tornado warning, and there's no storms in Stratford right now. Likely what Environment Canada is warning is this. Actually, Brennan, do you have the locations impacted include statement there? I'm pretty sure that would...
Yeah, it's on the image. Yeah. Stratford,
it is on the image?
Gads Hill, and...
Hey, you're fast. Okay. Stratford, Mitchell, Gads Hill, and Amulary? A-M-U-L-R-E-E.
Oh, this is updated. Let me see.
Amulary. Oh, they just updated it?
Oh, they added...
That's probably the...
they added Listowel to it.
Oh. Really? To the locations impacted include? Or did they expand the tornado warning?
They just expanded it.
Oh, they must have expanded. Okay, because Listowel's not even in that original tornado
warning. Yeah, I just added it to the map.
You already added that to the map. That was fast. Okay. So they have added, and that's because I'm thinking that's because I'm glad I'm making you laugh. I think that's because the rotation is right at the edge of that polygon. So they're adding basically Lambert, Newton, Brunner to it. Listowel is not in the path of that rotation. Not at this point in time. Brunner, it's going to be heading to Brunner, to Newton, to Lambert, Curryville. If you're in those areas, I would be taking shelter with that storm. Rotation couplet and a hook as well too. The hook is kind of receded.
And Millbank is the new locations impacted.
Oh, okay. All right. Thank you. Appreciate that. The hook is kind of receded on the next frame. So I'm not sure how that's going to go, how that's going to progress. But what they were alerting with the hook echo and with some rotation has kind of fizzled a bit on that storm. So there is still a little bit of a couplet up near Lambert right now. That's probably where the strongest rotation is, near a little bit of a hook, actually. You can actually it's a little hard to see. Let me just flip over to radar here. It's a little hard to see. There is a bit of a hook right there. Hold on, let me, sorry, Brennan, I pulled you off the stream, but I meant to do that. There we go. So there's a little bit of a hook right here, and there's a little bit of rotation right there as well, too, northeast of Curryville. That's actually where that rotation couplet moved to. So it was there and then up. Yeah. I wonder if we can, let's do the split screen. It's probably even better like that. Yeah.
I'm trying
okay.
to figure out.
So, okay, cool.
Trying to find the best one.
Trying to figure out the best. I think it's probably that one. But yeah, no, I like the split screen. Let's do this one. This one's good because then we get to see both. Sure. So, yeah. So probably Lambert area is the is where there's a little bit of a rotation couplet right now. It has weakened though from the previous frame, so I have a feeling EC's probably going to pull that Tor War, but that's up to them. but it has somewhat weakened on the latest frame. Let's jump back down here in Southwestern Ontario. Sarnia is probably into it now. I know Miranda will be happy. Let's see here. Yeah, Sarnia's into the storm. Sarnia finally gets a storm. Hey, look at you go. Some pretty strong winds to the north. And, oh, you can actually see the outflow boundary there. That outflow boundary right here, hold on, let me show you here, is this boundary right here is going to bring some pretty gusty winds out ahead of the main storms. So if you are in Essex County and Windsor and those areas, you're probably going to see some pretty strong storms, some pretty strong wind gusts before you even get the main storms as well, too, because that outflow boundary is going to come bring with it some pretty strong winds. So, but yeah, this is still a pretty nasty looking storm. And there actually is an outflow boundary all the way down here, too, you can see, which is probably bringing strong winds to Anderson, eventually to St. Mary, Granton, Clandboy, Elsa Craig. I remembered from the previous stream, Elsa, not Alyssa, even though it's A-I-L, so clearly I just can't read. But Elsa Craig, yeah, those areas are certainly going to see some strong wind gusts with that outflow boundary as it tracks to the southeast. Let's go take a look to the north and see what's going on. Nothing much happened. Lots of rain in central Ontario, but there's no risk right now for Barrie. I mean, other than, there is some flooding risk with these areas that are seeing rounds and rounds and rounds of rain. But currently, currently not seeing anything too intense to the north. We did hear of a possible small, whoa, is this a hook? It kind of looks like a hook near Arthur. And there's a little bit something going on with velocity to the north of it. Interesting. I want to keep an eye on that. A little weak looking hook. Let's see. So it started out like that. Oh, it just connected. The storm is merging. It would look like a hook is actually just a storm merging into another storm. Kind of looked like a hook for a second there, but nothing too wild going on. Interesting. Okay, we got to keep an eye on our friends in Arthur. We did hear of a little possible touchdown near Baxter with small tree damage.
They just issued a severe thunderstorm warning for Kitchener and Guelph that mentions the risk of a tornado.
That's interesting. Okay, thanks for the update. Appreciate that. Yes, so that is what's happening. I'm going to jump back in the comments. I missed 267 of them. My apologies. Every time I go back to the comments, I get to see how many of them I missed. And I missed 300 of them. Sorry about that. Let's see here. Candace says, I've heard that the storm is getting strong in Stratford. I'm close to Kitchener, so preparing to take cover if needed. Yeah, and a severe thunderstorm warning is now issued for your area as well, too. So could get pretty interesting. Could get pretty interesting. Go Kitchener, says Deborah. What about Waterloo? Muskoka Matt says, Adam, stop yawning. Well, basically it just means that there's a lack of oxygen in my brain. So, which is very typical for me. Yeah, that's, I'll try my best not to yawn as much, but if I'm making you yawn, then my apologies. Madden says, I haven't got it. And I'm assuming you're talking about the severe thunderstorm warning for Kitchener. And if you haven't got it yet, you might want to switch over to our free app on a side note, because we send out alerts quite quick. You go to instantweatherapp.com. Actually, I'll put it in the comments here for all those who do not have our app. Adam says the coffee tank is on empty. Yeah, it's getting low. Download our free app at, I'll put that link here. There we go. Here's a good question that Deanna had. Deanna Kraft says, why are people saying that they got a tornado warning for London? I'm in London, haven't got no warning. So to clarify, if you're close enough to a cell phone tower that is inside of a tornado warning, in this particular case, I'm assuming it was the Stratford tornado warning. If you're close enough to that cell phone tower, to get a signal. So if you're in like far northern London, if you're in the north, you may have been close enough to that cell phone tower to receive the Amber Alert type tornado warning. But that doesn't necessarily mean you're in a tornado warning. It means you're close enough to a cell phone tower that is inside of a county-based warning, which might not even be near the storm that they're talking about. So if you ever get a tornado warning, you're like, am I actually in a tornado warning? Then you might want to download our free app, punch in your location, and check which alerts you're actually in, because we've gone to extreme lengths to make the app as accurate as possible. The highest resolution possible alert polygons from Environment Canada, and we're using MySQL databases. Long story short, it's very technical, but we're geolocating as accurately as we possibly can. And this is why we say when you punch your location into the app, you might want to put in your postal code or your actual address to make sure it's as pinpoint accurate as possible. Because if you just say like you're in Barrie, then the app is going to assume you live at City Hall. But if like we all know that of those who us that live in Barrie, we all know like the north can be like tropical and the south can be like a blizzard. So, things can change from one side to the other. So not just for the alerts, but also for the forecast accuracy. If you want the most accurate forecast, then you have to give the app the most accurate information. So instead of just putting in Barrie, you might want to put in your address or put in your postal code and try to get things as narrowed down as possible, because we actually have different data in some cases for every 500 meters, for every kilometer, or for every 3 or 4 kilometers in the app. So the more accurate of information you provide, then the more accurate of forecasts you can receive. So hopefully that helps clarify here. So still is a tornado warning for the Stratford areas, which is really more to the north. Ooh, we just got an update there. Whoa. If you are in Macton, Dorking, Floridale, things just got really nasty. Also to Wesley, did they expand? They're going to need to expand that to the east because there's 2 really, really strong areas. Wesley, Dorking, all those areas. I mean, if anybody in those areas already got the tornado warning, even though they're not in it, just because of the cell phone proximity. But Brendan, can we flip over to radar here for a second? Yeah. I just want to show this right here. So if you're in Glen Allen, 97.92 kilometer an hour, really, really strong winds here, possible rotation in here, and really, really strong winds to the south here, 100 kilometer an hour near Wesley. So Cross Hill, Bamberg, let's see here, St. Clements, Heidelberg, which I've been in before, Linwood, Hawksville, Macton, Wallenstein. This cluster right here, this part of the storms right here look really strong. Let's flip over to King City and see if we can get a different perspective on it. Looks better from the Exeter radars. You having a better read on it there. Yeah, because it's certainly closer to that. And those winds and possible rotation could be moving into Elora, maybe Fergus as well, maybe Kitchener. We'll see. But a couple of really strong areas right there. Is that area even under? Oh, it is the severe thunderstorm warning.
Yeah, with the tornado risk mentioned. That Wesley storm, it has like a weird hook like feature. If you look at the radar.
Hook. Yeah. This little on the Lisbon, on Kingwood, kind of a little hook coming out from the storm here, and right on the tip of the hook is that really strong signature. So there could be a little bit of a tornado risk right here near Cross Hill and Wesley. That area right there is certainly a concern. Let me just flip up to tilt 2 and see if we can get a better perspective on it. And really, really strong winds near Macton and Glen Allen that went through Dorking. And that's also right on a weird kind of edge of this storm here, this little sharp edge here. So that could be a problem. Those storms could certainly be a problem. There's a little bit of a hook east of Drayton there. This little hook near Parker, which is interesting. And then there's this little notch as well too, which is interesting. And it has kind of a little tiny bit of rotation near Drayton there as well too. So, but really, really strong winds. Severe winds. Glen Allen, Macton, heading into Yatton, Yatton, Floridale, Winfield, North Woolwich. Those areas look really strong. And then again, we're seeing a hook down here and a really strong wind signature. So that could be a problem right there as well too. Let's go take a stroll south. Ooh, what's going on here? Interesting. This is also an interesting little area here with 100-kilometer-an-hour winds. Yeah, and that is also on a possible hook. There's a little bit of a hook here. I'm gonna go minor on that one because I think it's kind of getting overlooked right now. And there's just a little bit of rotation on that one. Let's see here. Yeah, I'm gonna do a little, see what the reflectivity is doing here. Yeah, the reflectivity is really coming together and starting to hook right near Aberarder, near Plimpton, Wyoming. Yeah, that area right there has a hook, and that is a concern right there. So I'm going to send a minor notification to the folks in the path of that one, because it's all the actions to the north, and sometimes things get overlooked. So I want to make sure that the folks there know that there is some minor rotation in their area and developing hook. Yes, let's go post about that one. Which way is it going? Looks like it's going due east, maybe a little bit to the northeast. Okay, so let me just flip to that right now. Give me just a moment, and I will flip. There we go. Okay, so let's draw a little polygon for these folks and go here and up to here, I would think. Yeah, it's a pretty big polygon, but that storm's going to be moving pretty quick. So, all right, how many people? 707 in the path. Let's go. Minor rotation detected. No, that didn't work. There we go. Near, this is going to be tricky. Aberarder. And Plimpton Wyoming, tracking to the east northeast, and this is at 5:43. Okay, that looks good to me. Clickety clickety clackety clack, and send. So everybody in the path of that storm is going to get a notification. Yeah. So let's jump back to raw radar, and let's jump back to the app. Actually, let me just do this quick. I'm going to jump to the main screen, jump back into this. Let's take a look at the future radar, because I know there's folks all over the community trying to figure out, are they actually going to get storms at some point in time? And we're going to try to let you know right here. So let me hit play, and you will see what the future radar holds. Okay. Interesting. Yeah, the Alana says that the listal side of the tornado warning has ended. Oh, the tornado warning has been dropped by Environment Canada, but there is still some really strong winds in there. So I wouldn't just shrug off those storms at this point in time. There is some really, really strong winds in there. So tornado watch still in place for several areas, but there was a tornado warning, but that has been dropped. But there's still some significant winds. J5 says, I can't believe they dropped the warning. I mean, there's not like a very strong mesocyclone. It's hard to say, if they're looking at radar and trying to say, is there strong rotation? But there's quite a signature near Macton. That is a strong, whoa, it just got way stronger, and there's a crazy hook. Okay, I got to notify that right now. Whoa. I don't know what is happening. Okay, I specifically know what's happening, but oh my goodness, I need to go post about that right now. Where did it go? Whoa, if you're in Winfield, I'm gonna go tornado potential on that one, because that's a strong hook.
Okay.
It's heading right towards Fergus. Whoa, tornado potential on that one for sure. That is a strong signature. Holy moly. 2,800 folks in the path. Let's go. What is it doing? Leave me alone. Okay. Tornado potential with the storm near Floradale, tracking to the east northeast.
Oh, tornado warning for Kitchener and Guelph.
They got it. They did it. Good on them. Let's see here. I'm gonna go. I'm still posting this. I'm still on it. Let's see here. Clickety, clickety, clackety, clack. There we go. And I'm sending this anyways. So let's see here. Whoa, that looked super strong. They got that next warning out real fast though. That's improvement. That's great. You know what it is? They actually see the data before anybody because they have it right in their internal system. So they saw that frame before anybody else saw it. So that's how they were able to get on that and post that right away. But kudos to Environment Canada on that one. Yeah, that's fantastic. I'm stoked about the fact that they got that out really fast. I was already deep into it, so I posted the update anyways. But we got ourselves a big hook here. Winfield. If you are in Winfield, let's take a scroll in and see if we can. Side Road 18, Side Road 19, 6th line. Yeah, if you are anywhere in this area, this is a strong hook echo. Creek Bank, Spruce Green, Alma, Goldstone, Salem, Elora potentially. Yeah, if you are in this area right here, Cumnock, Shands, Fergus as well too. Bellwood. This thing's moving into the northeast, and look at the wind signature on this thing. It is ridiculous. 104 kilometers an hour. This is definitely, and the fact that it's right where there's a big hook, you can see the hook. So let's take a peek here, and I'll show you what I'm talking about, so you can see exactly what I mean by the hook. This is a hook heading right into Winfield, Creek Bank. Take shelter in the path of this one. Whether it's producing a tornado or a downburst, it looks substantially strong. I would definitely be getting to a safe place with that one. And let's just get rid of that quick, and I'll show you what the velocity signature looks underneath it. I mean, very, very prominent, strong velocity signature. Whether that's a downburst or it's producing a tornado, either way, that's a very dangerous storm. And here it is from King City radar, which is the hook is even stronger from King. Look at this hook. Winfield. Yeah, so let's take a little 3D scroll here of who's in the path. I'm guessing Fergus is in the path of that one. Let me see here. I'm just going to back up a frame.
Yeah, Fergus is on the list.
So you can see which way the storm's going here. It's heading towards Elora. I'm actually, just so you folks realize what I'm actually looking east right now. So this is looking east, so we can see what towns are in the path here. A little bit of 3D action here. So North Woolwich, Creek Bank, Elora, Inverhawn, Fergus, Alma. If you are in those areas, potentially Guelph, ERAMOSA, Uramosa, Bridge Mills, Acton. If you're in those areas, this is a hook with very, very, very strong wind signature. And yeah, and this is a dangerous situation. This storm is dangerous, whether it's going to produce a tornado or whether it is producing a downburst. It is a very, very strong signature. I think that's a rotation signature for sure. You know what we can do? We're close enough here. Let's take a look at K-Buff and see what kind of signature we get from K-Buff. A noisy mess. We can't see anything from K-Buff. That's unfortunate. Okay, so let's go back to Exeter. Whoa, is that a new update? Oh, man. Oh, wow. Dear. That is super strong, folks. 115 kilometers an hour, minus 19 on the other side. If somebody wants to calculate that VROT, minus 26 to 115. That is a rotation couplet, folks. Rotation couplet on the hook echo. This is the strongest storm we've seen all day. This is by far the most dangerous storm we've seen with this event. And if you are in North Woolwich, if you are in Elora, if you're in Salem, actually, Elora Fest just messaged me, or Riverfest that's in Elora just messaged me about us covering their event. And I'm going to message Mike back and say, take shelter immediately. And then we can talk about the event later. So, yeah, Fergus, if you're in Fergus, I know our friend Dave Patrick is in the Fergus area. That is a strong, strong storm, folks. You're going to...
There's a new frame on King, and it's horrific. On King.
Yeah, I'm looking.
I don't know if you can get it.
Whoa, is it the frame right here? Is this what we're talking about? 118 kilometers an hour versus 25.
Yeah, that's it.
The V-Rod here, 118. That is really strong.
And there's
folks.
like a clear hook in the.
Yeah, and the hook's
There's like
kind of pulling in and wrapping up, actually. You know what we should be looking at right now, too, is correlation coefficient.
Yeah,
we're going to see if we can see a debris signature with this one. Can we see debris signature? I don't see it yet. No. Oh, you know what, though? In the previous frame, kind of saw something. But this is also from... Oh, it's exactly halfway between the two radars. Ooh, CC looks really interesting from Exeter, though. Oh, I see, but that's at a different spot. Hold on, let's take a look here. I'm hoping that's not touching down, but that, I mean, that is a really strong signature, folks. If you are, if you're in Elora, if you're in Inverhaugh, Haugh, Inverhaugh, Ponsonby, Ponsonby. If you're in Elora, Salem, if you're in Fergus, if you're in Enotville, Shands, this is a dangerous storm that is tracking to the east. I'm going to take a peek around and see if there's any other storms going on right now, because I know this always happens. We get so focused on one storm that, other storms can be missed. So we definitely don't want to do that. But let me just take a peek around. I did post minor rotation down in Southwestern Ontario, so I should go have a peek at that. This storm is a bookend vortex at the top right here. That's the bookend vortex, but this is a classic supercell hook down here. Oh my goodness, that is a strong signature. I hope everybody's staying safe in the path of that one. Definitely be heeding those warnings from Environment Canada, getting to a safe place. That is a dangerous looking storm. We were talking about some minor rotation down here near Plimpton, Wyoming earlier, and I think, if I can find that area, one second here. I think it was that area right there. Yes, it's that same storm. The minor rotation has somewhat weakened on that storm, so that's good news for those folks. The rotation has not weakened on this. Like, just take a look at this signature. I'm just going to back out and spot the dangerous storm. With that right there. I mean, spot the dangerous storm. It's literally, that is a dangerous storm.
It's going right towards Fergus.
I know. Fergus needs to take shelter immediately. Has anybody contacted Dave Patrick? We need to let Dave know. I'm sure he knows, but we still need to let him know. I'm going to message him right now. One second here. I'm sure he got the alert.
Well, everyone will because of the warning.
Send him a message here. Whew. That is a nasty looking storm on radar. I hope everybody's taking shelter in the path of that one. Elora, Inverhaugh. Mike from Riverfest said he's in Hamilton right now, so he's not in the path of that one right now. So he said, "Wow, radar looks crazy." He's in Hamilton. So yeah, good. He's not in the path of that one. But if you are in Elora, if you're in Fergus, the strongest part of the storm is probably going to miss Guelph to the north. I know a lot of folks in Guelph are wondering if they should be taking shelter with that one, but just to clarify, the strongest part of the storm is moving to the east-northeast, heading straight into Inverhaugh, Haugh. I pronounced it wrong. Everybody realizes I pronounced it wrong. I can't pronounce anything properly. Stadium Property Star says, Brampton just got a tornado warning via the alert system. Yeah, that might just be proximity. I think that's proximity.
Brampton,
is there an actual... Did they get a tornado warning?
Severe watch. Maybe that was it. But Brampton is fairly close to the warning. If you're in I think it's the West End, like Georgetown area, that's like very close.
Yeah, exactly. Brampton is just close to this alert area, and therefore you received it based on proximity alone. But but definitely this is a dangerous storm. I know a lot of folks in areas around here are getting the tornado warning and wondering what's going on. The strongest part of the storm is heading towards Fergus. So if you're in the path of this storm, if you're in Elora, Fergus, Inverhaugh, somebody needs to phonetically spell Inverhaugh for me on this one. Inverhaugh. Inverhoch, I can't pronounce it properly. Burge Mills, Oustic, Oustic, Armstrong Mills, Everton, Ospringe, Cedar Valley. Yeah, if you're in these areas, this storm is moving to the northeast. So if you're in Guelph and you think the storm's coming to you, the storm is coming to you, but the rotation in the very strong signature is going towards Elora and Fergus. Inverhaw. Okay, I had it right. Thank you, Maggie. Appreciate it. Maggie throwing an Inverhaw there. Oh, I almost had her message. There we go. Inverhaw. I said Inverhaw right. Okay, thank you so much. Appreciate that. Whoa. That is by far the strongest signature we have seen today. Oh, we just got another update. Oh, my goodness. Elora, please tell me you're taking shelter right now. Please tell me you're taking shelter right now. 127 kilometers an hour versus 123? Are you kidding me? 127 versus 123?
It also looks very strong on King, too.
That's the strongest rotation I've seen in Ontario in a very long time. This could potentially be a violent, damaging tornado right now. I don't think it's multiple. Are you sure? I don't know. I mean, it's not like it's
green.
It's not like it just came out of nowhere. Look at Tilt 2. Look at the Tilt 2 meso. I don't think it's noise. It's not noise. It's right at the couplet. I don't think it's noise. I think that's legit. That is extremely strong.
It does show up on King
extremely strong rotation. It shows Tilt 2. It shows Tilt 3. I haven't seen Tilt 3. I'm just assuming, but it shows Tilt 2 for sure. I'm gonna go to correlation coefficient. This could be a problem. I'm still not seeing a CC debris signature right here. If this thing's not producing a tornado, I would be shocked. This looks... Ferguson Elora take shelter immediately, says Robin in our comments. Yeah. Ferguson Elora needs to take shelter immediately. Corbin says, I got a video of it. If you can post it to our... If you're on Facebook, if you can post it to our Facebook reports group, Ontario Storm Reports on Facebook, please post it to there. Not Ontario Storm Watch.
Force was removed from the tornado warning. Just Ferguson.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Oh my goodness, this signature is so strong. Is this the latest update from? Yeah, here's the latest update. 100 I don't think it's noise because it's 120.96 on this side. Oh, the other side's 12.6, 52 to 125 from King. And let's see what Tilt 2 is. And is there a debris signature yet? No debris signature from what we can tell. But this is a very, very dangerous storm. Yeah, it looks insane from Tilt 2 as well, too. This is the strongest signature we've seen in quite a while in Ontario. This signature is... That is just ridiculous. That is ridiculous. 123 versus 127. It might be noise. I have a feeling it's not, but very, very strong rotation in Elora. Directly in Elora right now, moving into Fergus, Enotville, Oustic. Yeah, it is a dangerous
Elora area.
Oh, is there? Okay. Yeah. Yep. Oh, the tornado watch got Matthew Martin says tornado on the ground. Environment Canada confirming right now. Matthew said.
Yeah,
there's a tornado on the ground.
Let me look at the new warning that just came out. It might.
I wonder if they're basing that on radar or on a report. I don't know why I don't have Twitter up in the background here. One sec. Oh my goodness! Please take shelter in Elora. Please take shelter in Fergus. Anywhere in that area needs to be taking shelter immediately. That storm is dangerous. Yeah, that is a dangerous, dangerous storm. Folks, please take shelter in the path of that storm. Enotville, Oustic, any of those areas needs to be taking shelter with the storm. It is dangerous. It's very likely, if it hasn't already produced...
It says that is possibly producing a tornado.
Oh, that is possibly producing a tornado, yeah. Yeah, based on radar, it looks pretty darn likely. Pretty darn likely.
Yeah.
If it hasn't already, I would assume that it could very soon. But, you know, damaging wind gusts are a risk as well for sure. And that storm just looks super, super duper strong. Oh, my goodness. yeah, that looks pretty intense for sure.
There is a video on Twitter I'm just going to bring up.
Sorry, Elena, I didn't catch that. Can you say that again? No, we didn't hear a thing. We didn't hear a thing. Yeah, no, it's all good. Yeah, I didn't hear a thing. Yeah, that signature is just super duper strong. If you are in Guelph, this rotation, this potential tornadic development is not heading towards
Here's
Guelph.
Elora.
The storm, it's where's this? This is in Elora right now.
Mm-hmm.
That looks crazy.
Windy.
Yeah, windy for sure, for sure.
Bring up the latest warning map. See?
Yeah, that looks intense. Yeah, if you're in Elora, if you're in areas east, if you're in Fergus, you're going to be wanting to take shelter with that. That is one of the strongest signatures we've seen in a long time. It looks super duper strong. It's definitely a problem. Finally getting something from K-Buff now. That looks like very, very strong winds, but it's still kind of messy, hard to see. But the signatures from Exeter and the signatures from King look really, really strong. So, holy, I hope everybody's okay. Yeah, so there's the tornado warning right there, which mainly for Laura Fergus, and it's heading towards Erin and maybe Georgetown areas. The strongest part of the rotation should be missing to the north. Hey, Liam, how you doing? Are you watching that cell or what?
Sorry, I was muted. I was gonna say, I was gonna tell you in Discord. I'm actually up that way tomorrow, heading to Arthur, so I will stop in tomorrow and see if there's
take a peek for damage.
Yeah, take a peek.
It looks like we got a new radar update from Exeter, and still really, really strong wind signature, but the rotation itself may have weakened, which is great news. 101 kilometer an hour wind gust there, so that's not like let's head out and party or anything. This is still a really dangerous storm heading into Enotville, Ponsonboy, Armstrong Mills, Burge Mills, OUSTIC, Ustic, SHILOH, Shiloh, Mimosa, Ospringe, Everton, Brucedale, Marden as well too, Weissenberg, Eris, and you know what? Based on the fact that that's kind of moving to the southeast, Guelph might actually end up getting some really strong winds from that storm now as well too. Wow, that signature was crazy. And then so yeah, Guelph might end up getting some pretty strong winds. Waterloo might be seeing some pretty strong winds right now too. Bloomingdale, and yeah. So if you are in the path of those storms, it's still dangerous. The rotation has somewhat weakened from how crazy it looked. But there's still a very, very strong wind signature on that right now. Yeah, you're definitely going to be wanting to take shelter with that. Ponson B, says Matt. Thank you very much, Ponson B. Yeah, mild rotation in North Hespeler, says Karen. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Joshua says, this past Elmira, it was crazy in the sky. I'm sure it was. It looks insane on radar. So thank you very much. I appreciate that. Let's see here. Yeah, so if you have not done so already, please download our free app. You can get it at instantweatherapp.com. And then you can check if your exact area is under any specific alerts as well, too, or any updates that we send out for minor rotation or any rotation updates at all, damaging wind gusts, etc. So head over to instantweatherapp.com. I'll put that in the comments as well, too, so you can see the link. Download our free app at instantweather.ca/app to get notified of any alerts for your area. There we go. Thank you kindly. Lori says, buy the app. The small fee is so worth it, and you're supporting science and Adam and his team. Thank you so much. To clarify, the app is free. But what I think Lori's talking about is to upgrade the radar to 5 hours and to so you extend the future radar out to 5 hours and to remove ads from the app. So huge thank you to those who have done that. You're the reason we're able to have the app for free. For everybody else, if it wasn't for your support, then the app literally wouldn't exist. So thank you so much to everybody who has gone to the menu, gone to upgrade radar, and extended your future radar out to 5 hours there. So sincerely appreciate that. Let me just flip here and let's keep taking a peek at radar. Thank you for the alert map there, Brennan. I want to see King has a new radar update, I believe. Yeah, still showing some really strong winds here. 102 kilometers an hour, 101. This is just south of Fergus. There is still some rotation actually just north of Fergus based on King. So there is a little bit of rotation up here. Mainly really strong wind gusts that we're seeing as well. And that signature was absolutely ridiculous. I would be surprised if that thing didn't touch down. But yeah, I really hope everybody's staying safe with these storms. We're gonna go take a peek around at a few different areas. But again, if you're in Anotville, if you're in Burge Mills, Brucedale, Everton, Rockwood, Emerosa, Marden, maybe even Guelph as well, Eden Mills. There's really strong winds that are moving into your area right now. This is a dangerous line of storms right now that is moving into that region. Kitchener looks like it's getting some pretty strong winds as well too. Waterloo and areas to the east there. So that's a beast of a storm. We were talking about, are these storms going to reach the GTA? It sure looks like it. Sure looks like it from what we're seeing here.
Extended the severe warning into Toronto.
Okay. Yeah, so they think it's going to reach that far as well too. That is a dangerous looking storm.
You can see here.
Yeah.
You can see the...
Did you extend that already, or do you want me to remove that until you extended it?
It's already extended.
Oh, you did extend it. You only have a severe thunderstorm watch into Toronto. Sorry, did you say...
Yeah,
do you mean like west? Oh, the watch is being extended to Toronto. Sorry, I thought you said a warning has been
extended. It was just added to Toronto. Toronto didn't have a watch earlier.
I see. Absolutely. Okay. Okay, let's go take a peek around at some other areas as well too. Ryan had a good question. Do you have a higher definition map of the Environment Canada warning, something that shows smaller towns and cities within the warning zones? So if you're trying to figure out if you're actually inside of a particular warning, then definitely go and download our free app. You can get it at instantweatherapp.com, or just go to the App Store, whether it's the Apple App Store or the Google Play Store, and type Instant Weather, and you can download that for free. And then punch in your location, and it'll tell you if your area is actually inside of any particular warning. So we will be adding warning polygons to our Instant Weather Pro app, and probably to our free app as well too. So, we just got a new update, and the winds look still super crazy east of Anotville, heading into Everton and Center Inn. It looks super strong. I hope everybody's taking shelter in the path of that storm, because it looks pretty intense. Bobby says, I upgraded yesterday. I love it. Thank you so much, Bobby. I appreciate it. Thank you again to all those who have extended their radar to 5 hours and to remove ads from the app with a subscription. The app is free, so it's not a requirement at all. Like 99% of the app functionality is free, but the radar data we're purchasing is astonishingly expensive, and so we're only able to give a few frames of radar with the free version. So a huge thank you to those who have upgraded and extended that. Huge thank you to those who are sending in super chats. A huge thank you to those who are sending in stars on Facebook. All of your support, sincerely helpful. And let's go take a peek around at some other storms. So I want to see, we did see some minor rotation near Clinton, Wyoming, but I think that has weakened. Let me just take a little scroll over. Yeah, I think that rotation we saw earlier has weakened. So I'm going to pull that off of the app at this point in time. You probably got that notification if you do have our app in that area. I'm going to pull that off of there right now. Give me just 1 second here. And Clinton, Wyoming. There we go. I'm going to remove that minor rotation detected. And what was the other one? Oh, it was the Dryden and Listowel, which I think ended up being that same storm that ended up producing. And I still have tornado potential on that storm. I'm going to leave it just because the signature is so strong right now. I'm sure you can see that right here. This is the latest update. Like, look at this wind signature. It is ridiculous. 111 kilometers an hour. 107, 106, 107, 111.96. If you're in Speedside, if you're in Burge Mills, you're getting hammered right now by dangerous wind gusts. I really hope you're taking shelter with that storm. Yeah, storm is intense. Oh my goodness. Let's see here. Oh, thank you so much, Derek. I appreciate it. Derek says, I just did the upgrade. I appreciate everything that you and your team do. Thank you so much, Derek, on Twitch. Side note, we are on Twitch. If you are on the Twitch world, we are on Twitch. You can find us Instant Weather on Twitch. We're also on Twitter, Instant Weather Ontario. We're on Facebook, Ontario Storm Watch, Instant Weather Ontario on Facebook. And we also have a reporting group, which is really, really helpful, and it's growing like a weed right now. It's called Ontario Storm Reports, which is a Facebook group, which means anybody can post, but it's great to be able to see reports in the whole community. So I'm sure there's already some pretty intense reports coming into that right now. Jamie says, what's the app again?
Tornado warning has been continued.
Has been continued. Okay, that makes sense because of how strong that is. What's the app again? The app is called Instant Weather. So if you look below me right here, you can see the logo. Hold on a second. Let me try to Instant Weather. So yeah, if you go to the App Store and type Instant Weather, I'll put the link in the comments one more time for all those who do not have it. Thank you, Brad, for the upgrade. I really sincerely appreciate it. Download our free app at. Here we go. Perfect. Okay, so Jackie is asking about Bellwood. That's a good question. Where is Bellwood? I think it's close to this area. Oh, it's right up here. Okay. Yeah, Bellwood is Bellwood's in this storm right now, but the strongest signature we're seeing is to the south. But Bellwood is in the storm right now. There's some broad, weak rotation there. I'm not seeing super duper strong wind signature, but the craziest wind signature for sure is Burge Mills, heading into Brucedale, Everton, Ospringe, Rockwood, Churchill, Acton, Ballinafad, Halton Hills, eventually Georgetown, if it continues on this trend, Terracotta, Ashgrove, and some really strong winds are associated with the storm to the south as well, too. So, Mark Robinson. Yeah, thank you, Lana, and hopefully everybody's okay. I would probably give them a call because it's yeah, it looks pretty intense. Mark Robinson just posted on Twitter, strong rotation and very fast condensing scud at the front edge of the line near Strathroy. So he's down near Strathroy here, and let's zoom into that area. And that storm's heading into eventually into the London area too. So he's saying that there's rotation and condensing scud within this area. This is some pretty messy velocity. It's tricky to see, and it's part of that the outflow boundary. You can actually see this intense outflow boundary out in front of the storm. Oh, here's Mark's video here. Side note, when you pull up the videos, let me know because I'm always staring at radar, so I don't notice that anything's on the screen.
I just added it.
No worries. Strong rotation and very fast condensing scud at the front edge of the line near Strathroy. So that's what Mark Robinson from the Weather Network is seeing there. Yeah, that is starting to pick up strength in Strathroy. Emerson Dam says, is rotation easy to spot? From when you're like visually in person, you can see if the storms are rotating. On radar, sometimes it's very, very tricky, but sometimes it's very clear. Earlier, what we saw going through Elora was clearly rotation. It was very evident, very easy to see. Usually, if it's significant rotation, it's quite easy to spot. But sometimes when it's minor rotation, it's very tricky and requires years and years and years and years and years of watching radar and getting used to it and knowing what is real and what is noise. And yeah, it takes a long time. It takes a long time, but it's good to know. Ode on YouTube says hello. Ode, hello. Let's see here. Phelan says, what does red mean? I'm worried. Don't worry, but don't stress out. Don't worry. I know this is a stressful time. I know this is a concerning time. Everybody take a deep breath and relax. I know we're getting excited about these storms and we're getting a little stressed out about them. If you are in the path of them, just be in the lowest area of your house or your apartment building, whatever it is. Try to get to the lowest level, most interior room. If you're in Everton right now, if you're in Rockwood Center Inn, if you are in Acton, if you are in Georgetown, Ballinafad, Silver Creek, Eden Mills, Arkell, Haltonville, Moffat, if you're in those areas, you're going to want to get to the safest place you possibly can, which is the lowest level, most interior room. But if you're in other areas, I wouldn't stress too much. Brendan, your feed's coming through a little fuzzy, but it should actually clear up in just a second. Sometimes it takes a second to buffer, but for some reason it's coming through fuzzy right now. Is it fuzzy for you, Liam, as well?
It just cleared up now.
Oh no, it just cleared up. It's perfect. Great.
Yep.
So as you can see, the tornado warning is for. It does cover Guelph, but the strongest part of the storm is to the north of Guelph. Although there's some really strong winds moving into Guelph as well too. So it's going to be pretty darn windy, but the strongest part of the storm is to the north, heading towards, so it's east of Fergus, heading towards Ballinafad, and again, Acton and all those areas as well. So that is the strongest part of the storm right now. But if you are east of that, you're going to be wanting to get to a safe place. And you can see there's tornado watches all the way up to parts of southwestern Ontario. There is severe thunderstorm watches in yellow. The tornado watches are in orange. Severe thunderstorm warnings are in red, and the tornado warning is in pinkish purple there. So hopefully that clarifies for you specifically your area. Hold on a second here. Ken's Walla says, the fact that we've moved on from Kitchener-Waterloo is actually calming to me. I'm about an hour away from Fergus, but still, still noped my way to the basement. Oh, noped as in like nope, and then head to the basement kind of thing. I see. Noped my way to the basement. Yeah, I'm glad we can bring some clarity to it. Usually these events are very isolated, very focused. Haley says minor rotation spotted in Cambridge. Thank you very much. To clarify, in person, minor rotation, I mean, most storms are rotating in general. Like when you see them, they're kind of rotating, they're kind of spinning slowly. And unless it's really, coming down into a wall cloud and maybe a funnel cloud, that's when we're getting closer to a tornado risk. But, in general, most severe thunderstorms are going to be kind of rotating and that type of thing. Starling2222 says there are many down trees and live power lines. Can you clarify exactly where that is? Please let us know. I would assume that's probably from this storm that went through Elora and is now heading towards Ospringe and Churchill, Acton, Ballinafad, Georgetown, Ashgrove. That's what I'm presuming you mean, but please let us know. Teresa says you watch for a warning. Watch means things are there for tornado. Things are there. So she means like a watch means there's ingredients in place for tornado development, but a tornado warning is when you actually want to take shelter. But again, I mean, don't wait around for a warning. If there's a dangerous storm on top of you, then you're going to want to take shelter in its path, regardless of what alerts are coming out for your area. We all know alerts aren't perfect, and Environment Canada is trying their best, but sometimes, they can be a little bit slow on certain things. In fact, but today they've been bang on. They've been super duper fast. So kudos to Environment Canada. They're kicking butt today, which is great. Let's see here. Just looking at some different reports coming in right now. Robin says, I just joined this group recently, but do you find that this summer has been much more active in terms of severe storms? No, this is pretty typical. July is our peak. August, it can still be pretty intense as well, too. What was it last year? We had 40, was it 42 or 46 tornadoes confirmed? I forget the exact number, but it was intense. I think last year was 42. The year before was close to that. I don't even know what the number is at this year, but this year has been pretty intense. So of course we had the derecho, and that was very, very dangerous and deadly. And I think there was 11 fatalities from that storm. So our thoughts and condolences are with the families and friends of those who were affected from the derecho earlier this year, which was May 21st, if I'm not mistaken. Starling says, I'm in the eye of the storm. So where are you located exactly, please? If you could let us know. Unless I missed that comment. And if I did, that's my apologies, because the comments are flying here. I'm trying to scroll up and see if I can find your next comment here. I don't see any other comments from you. So please let us know where you're specifically where you're reporting the downed trees. Ay. My goodness.
Yeah, in 2021 there were 46 confirmed tornadoes.
46 in 2021. 46 confirmed tornadoes. So that season was a little bit more active than this one, but the season's been bananas. So Kelly has sent in a super chat on YouTube. Thank you. Thanks, Instant Weather team, for your incredible coverage today. You're very welcome. Thank you so much. Appreciate the super chat. Thank you to all those who have sent in super chats and all those who have sent in stars on Facebook as well too. All of your support really, really means a huge difference to the team and just to our goal, which has always been raising awareness about tornadoes and severe weather. For the past 9 years, we've been at this. 9 years so far. It's been pretty intense, but you know, I think it's helping. So Ms. Esri says they don't just cover one area and they stream across the country as severe weather happens. Yeah. So I think she's answering somebody in the comments. But yeah, we actually cover. We were just live streaming in Alberta. We were live streaming in Manitoba. We're all over the place when it comes to live streaming. We just wherever there's significant severe weather, we try to cover.
Here's some
we have
damage
covered
just outside of Fergus.
Okay, yeah, Wellington, east of second line, down tree in the westbound lane, branch and leaf debris all around in Fergus area, Bellwood area. Oh my goodness, hope everybody's okay. Oh, okay. Wellington OPP, Atlanta just let us know that they're saying that there's lots of trees down around that area. Whether that was a downburst or whether that was a tornado, either or, it's significant. So thank you so much, Stadium Property Stars, for your super chat. I appreciate that. Thank you kindly. Thank you for all your help as well too. Let's see here. Wall cloud towards Woodstock. We're hearing on YouTube. So let's go take a look at what we're seeing here. It might be just a shelf cloud. I'd be surprised if it was actually a true wall cloud, just based on radar right now. Nothing is too. Woodstock is actually only getting the outflow boundary, so it's probably not a wall cloud. It's probably just a shelf cloud from this outflow boundary they're seeing here. But the storms in behind, they have potential to produce wall clouds as well too. It's really easy to mistake a shelf cloud for a wall cloud. They can be pretty close in a visual sense, but a wall cloud is almost like it's like a shelf cloud hanging down from a shelf cloud. So yeah, really strong winds now being picked up by a Detroit radar, 100 kilometer an hour, heading into Lake Sinclair area. So that's new. Yeah, that's really picking up some steam. Oh, and what's going on over here? I just almost didn't notice this rotation that happens to be right here. Yeah, there's some rotation as well too, west of Detroit. Yeah, that's heading to the east here. So that's something to be a bit concerned with here. And actually, it's even that rotation's even being picked up by Exeter so far away, which is interesting. Yeah, some rotation heading into Detroit, so there might be a little bit of a rotation risk for the Windsor areas potentially.
Just wanted to bring up that there's some power outages just around the Guelph and Fergus area. This one is 2,300 customers affected.
Wow.
1,700 customers affected and 2,800 customers affected. So that's over 6,000 in that area.
Intense here. Somebody's giving me a phone call here. 1 second. Collins again. 1 second. Collins. He's calling me. Michael Collins. I'm going to send a notification to tornado warning has ended. Thank you.
Also, severe thunderstorm warning for Windsor.
Oh, they did. I was just about to send a notification down there. You know what I am going to send down there, though, is that minor rotation. So, good. They've sent a severe thunderstorm warning. Environment Canada is on the ball today. Doing a good job. I have a feeling Brad's on the desk. I don't know for sure, but I've got a feeling that Brad used to work for the Weather Network and knows his stuff. And he may be on the desk today because he is. I've always said every tornado event, please have Brad on the desk because he's awesome. Okay. So let's see here. Yeah, there is minor rotation west of Detroit that is moving to the east. Might be a concern here. So I'm gonna actually let me see. Oh, it might have fizzled a bit. But let's see. So severe thunderstorm warning for Windsor and Essex County now, which is good. I'm glad that has been issued. Brennan, sorry, what were you saying?
Yeah, I was just saying.
Yeah, really. Oh, okay. Really strong winds. It looks like the Northern Hail Project, and I got wind of this earlier. They got a hailstone in Markerville that they didn't post. That is now the Canadian record for the largest hailstone in Canadian history, and I think it was 12 centimeters long. I know it's ridiculous. So if we want to bring that up on the stream,
it's gonna do some damage. See if I can find
12 centimeter hail. This was near Penhold. Oh, here comes the pornography spam on YouTube. Our apologies for that. It's endless pornography spam that we get on YouTube. Oh my goodness, every single time. Super chat from Melissa. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I don't know where it went. I can only see that it existed. There we go. Melissa sent in a super chat. Thank you so much, Melissa. Really appreciate that. Thank you kindly. Thank you to all those who are sending in stars. Thank you to all those who are sending or have subscribed to the app as well too. Liam, did you have a report there of something you were? Did I see something there?
Yeah, this is from Kirk McDonald on Twitter. It's a tree down in Elora. It's it looked like pretty significant tree. I'll put this up here. You can pull it up. It's just a short video.
Okay.
You want me to drag it over?
1 second here. Oh, yeah, we did it at the same time. There we go.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, it's just a short video, but it's that looks like
that's a pretty big tree,
healthy tree. So yeah, that's not good.
And that's in Elora. Yep. Yeah, I hope everybody's staying safe down there. Really strong winds are heading into the Lake Sinclair area, potentially into Windsor right now as well too. I hope everybody's staying safe with that because it's there's some really strong winds being picked up on Detroit radar. Let me flip over to Detroit and you'll be able to see them here. This is heading into 113 kilometer an hour winds that are heading into Lake Sinclair area and maybe heading into Essex County. So that's where that severe thunderstorm warnings come from Environment Canada. So kudos to them for that quick, swift severe thunderstorm warning. That's what we like to see. The swifter and quicker they get, the more guitar I can play. No. Let me see here. It'd be beautiful one day if I would just be able to sit back and say, yeah, there's lots of alerts out there, but they're on the ball, and just like sing songs the whole time. That's the goal. That's not the goal, but that would be fun. Let me see here. Yeah, still strong storm, but the tornado warning was dropped. And Brent, is there a reason you're not on the stream right now? Do you want me to add you to it, or did you pull yourself off randomly? That's fine. If you want to stay off, it's okay. He's back. Mark Twain said, Adam said, I just got wind of this. I like the pun. Can you make more weather puns? You know what? That was that wasn't even intentional. That was just circumstantial. That actually wasn't a pun, but thank you for letting me know that I was being punny. I appreciate that. Thank you kindly. Yeah, so searching through the comments. Let's see here. Oh yeah, to clarify, Bichon made a good point. It's Markerville, Alberta, where the large hail was, not in Ontario. Marker Hill, Alberta. So this was south of Red Deer the other day, on Monday actually, when we were live streaming in both Alberta and Ontario at the same time. The Northern Hail Project. Did we bring that up on the stream by any chance? I don't think we did, but we should probably bring that up on the stream. The Canadian record for largest hailstone and mass in all of Canadian history has been verified. And they said it was on the ground for 20 minutes before they got to it. So there was some melting that occurred, and it's 12 centimeters long. It was
I have
down.
it here.
Did I just hear lightning and thunder in Barrie? Let me see here.
While you do that, I have the picture of the hailstone here.
Oh, you got it here? Look at this thing. 12.3 centimeters. It weighed 292 grams. The previous record was 11.4 centimeters from Saskatchewan. This was from Markerville, Alberta. It's a 12 centimeter hailstone, the new Canadian record. I caught wind of it. That's where I said it. Yeah, so they told me about it in advance, and I was like, "Are you serious? You've broken the?" Because we're actually partners with the Northern Hail Project, and we're partners with the Northern Tornado Project, and so we get the inside scoop sometimes on certain things. And I was told about that one in advance, and that is preposterous. That is ridiculous. And if you remember, we shared that video of people in their cars sheltering and all the windows getting smashed out. That was from basically that same cluster of storms. So yeah, that is ridiculous. So I hope everybody stayed safe in Alberta there. That is ridiculous. My goodness. I thought I just heard, I did hear thunder in Barrie, and there is thunder in Barrie. Okay. Yeah, I heard some thunder. Nothing too much. Just a thunderstorm. Nothing too crazy going on. Still really strong storms south of Erin, heading into Ballinafad, Terracotta. Those areas still looking pretty strong. Not as strong as it once did. It once looked crazy, but yeah, still, you know what? Still severe heading into Erin. Actually, especially from Buffalo radar. Let's take a peek at that. Yeah, you know what? This is still quite strong. So heading into Erin right now, 90 kilometer an hour winds, 89. So this is still certainly a severe storm that is heading into Brampton, potentially into the GTA. And here it is from the King City radar. Yeah, it is a very strong storm as well. So it looks like the storm's finally heading into London. London got the outflow boundary. Let's see here. Yeah, so London got that outflow boundary. So I bet you it was pretty darn windy for London. James says minor rotation in north downtown London. Interesting. I think a friend of ours, of the pages, actually has a webcam that's set up in London. So I'm going to see if I can track that down, maybe, and we can show it on the stream here. They have it really interesting. I actually have the link here. Okay. Yeah, actually, there's a live feed from London. Give me 1 second here, and I'll pull that up on the feed here. Let's see if I can. One of these actually looks reasonable. 1 second here. My son's at the door here. Give me just a moment, and I will. Give me just a moment, and I'll go say hi to him and see what's going on. Just a second here. Brennan or Liam, if you want to take over for just a minute, I'll be right back with you.
And you can bring up the updated warnings. Yeah. Silence. Yeah, so that tornado warning that was for the Guelph area and east heading towards Georgetown has ended. There's still a tornado risk mentioned on the severe thunderstorm warning, if I'm reading that correctly. I can't really see the lines. But yeah, I'm just going to pull up. Yep. Well, it's still showing like on radar with the winds. It's still showing high winds from Exeter. But if you go to King City, it looks like it's just died out. Also, like the storm, the line is breaking apart as it gets to that area. So I don't even know if we're going to see anything in Hamilton tonight. So just the way this is going, it looks like everything's breaking apart when it comes down this south.
All right, I have returned. Somewhere. There I am. Hey, son's doing good. He just wanted to make sure I'm putting him to bed tonight. I said, yeah, in a couple hours, I'll put you to bed for sure. Okay, so let's see here. Still really strong winds going through. Oh, I'm gonna have to feed the cat soon. Brandon, do you have your? Oh, Brandon's not even here. Where's the feed the cat banner? Oh no, we're gonna need that. Yeah, still really strong winds heading into and potentially in the Western GTA here into Brampton, into Georgetown-ish. Some pretty strong winds on that storm still, and it's going to be potentially severe. And that storm has caused some damage. Oh, I was going to bring up that webcam. Dana says, "Got snacks?" Yeah, he was here. Where'd he go? He roams around like a shark. Oh, there he is. He roams around like a shark and like brushes up against my legs, and that's when I know I need to either snuggle him or feed him. 1 second here. Oh, thank you very much. Still have that polygon of tornado potential still. Yeah, I'm going to pull that off. That's right. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Appreciate you letting us know. Hey, don't bite my headphones. Always with the biting. Looking really strong coming into Lake St. Clair right now. Definitely some severe winds that are potentially going to be moving into Tecumseh areas, areas that are along the Lake St. Clair. That's a concern for sure. Yeah, that potentially is the strongest storm at this point in time. Ken says, "What does it mean on the Instant Weather app when there's an alert issued that says time replaced tornado watch?" So that likely means that the tornado watch has been replaced by a severe thunderstorm watch, I would assume. But I would definitely refresh the app and then double check what alerts are there for that. Let's see here. Big cloud to ground lightning. Thank you very much, Michael. I appreciate that. And whoa, Steve says drove through what looked like a tornado or a wind at that level between Kitchener-Waterloo and Listowel about 25 minutes ago. Trees down, branches all over the road. Thank you, Stephen. Appreciate that. People are asking about Windsor. Yeah. The Windsor area looks really strong. Let's go take a peek at it. London's going to get a pretty interesting storm. Thankfully, the winds don't look too crazy, but it's certainly going to be noisy, and it's certainly going to be windy. But let's head over to Detroit radar.
The wind coming over Lake Sinclair right now looks a little concerning with 106, 113 kilometers an hour at some point. So if you're out on a boat there,
looking at it right here, yeah. If you're on Lake St. Clair, get off Lake St. Clair for one. That's a good first step on the journey of life here. And very, very, very strong wind signature. This whole thing has really strong winds, potentially up to 90 kilometers an hour, and it is heading in a southeasterly direction. Patricia on our team is in, I believe she's in Chatham-Kent, and she's going to be wanting to get prepared with that one because it's looking pretty intense for sure. So, yes. Oh, tornado was seen touching down, and it took out a tree at Dune Golf Course in Kitchener. I could see the cloud headed in that direction and then disappeared out of view. A friend's family member saw it while they were on the course, and they had to run for cover. Oh, my goodness. In Kitchener, really? Because the strongest stuff we saw was to the north, but maybe a little landspout or a little QLCS tornado touched down on the edge of that shelf in the Kitchener area. So, yeah, hope everybody's okay with that one. Belleville. Oh, here we go again. That's a good point. Yeah, there's that just got a lot. Wait, that's 36. Is the Exeter a newer frame? No, it's 36 as well too, and it's much further away. There's an interesting velocity signature here near Boston Mills. Lana just let me know about that as well. Near the Grange, Rockside, Cheltenham, Terracotta, Victoria, Inglewood, Claude, Campbell's Cross, Mayfield West, Snellgrove. This might be strengthening in because that's higher up in the storm because this is further away from the Exeter radars here, and this is further away from the Exeter radar, and it's really close to King, almost too close to King. Maybe Exeter has a better view on this particular storm, but that might be.
Could you try tilting King up? Could you try tilting King up?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Yeah, I was thinking. Yeah, that's a good point. Let's go higher up in King and see if we can start to see anything similar to that signature. No, it just looks like a lot of wind, at least all the way up to tilt 4. I don't like what I'm seeing though from Exeter. You know what? While we're here, we have a third radar to try. K-Buff. Yeah, K-Buff is not showing much. It looks better from Exeter. It looks quite intense from Exeter, actually, but it's probably still just a wind signature. I think we wait for one more radar update because we'll have one in 2 minutes. So in 2 minutes, I think maybe we should... I mean, it's under a severe thunderstorm warning right now, so I think in 2 minutes, if it continues, I'll probably go minor. But if you're in Lake Sinclair or east of Lake Sinclair or slightly south of Lake Sinclair, you're going to want to get to a safe place with that storm. It looks pretty intense. Brennan's just always laughing on the live streams. Like, no matter what's going on, I just see him smile.
Oh, can you hear me now?
No, I can hear you now. Yeah, I can hear you now. I couldn't hear you laughing, but I
was
always
having
just
technical difficulties.
I didn't realize you were having some tech diff.
Yeah, when you left, my mic gave out.
If you see the banner at the bottom, Adam needs to feed the cat. It would be even funnier if it just said cat and not the. Adam needs to feed cat. Let's see here. On a side note, Melissa B13 on YouTube is actually helping people figure out what alerts they're under, and I love this. This is fantastic. Everybody give Melissa B13 on YouTube a round of applause. See, there's 2 ways this can go. Somebody says, am I under an alert? And then the one way it goes is people are like, why don't you download the app? Don't you know how to download apps and punch in your location? And they get all grumpy. The other way is what Melissa's doing. Instead of wasting all of that breath or typing energy on being grumpy and giving the person a hard time, instead, Melissa's like, hey, I just checked for you and you're not under a tornado watch for your area. So kudos to Melissa. Melissa's amazing. Everybody give Melissa a round of applause. She's brilliant. And that's actually, in a lot of cases, that's where we found some of the best members of our team. The team members who are just naturally helping people on the live stream, on our page. We say, hey, you're really helpful. You know, let's have a chit chat. And several of them, actually, think about it, Liam came from our community. Brennan came from our community. Alana came from our community. In fact, pretty much everybody on the team has come from our community. So really, it's a community effort. So A guy says, woo, Melissa B13. Well done, Melissa, says Angela. Melissa rocks. Yeah, Melissa's amazing. So let's all try to be like Melissa and help people instead of giving them a hard time. That's usually, I mean, it's the same amount of effort. It's probably less effort to help them than it is to like type out a whole how come you can't message kind of thing. Anyway, so yeah, just a rant over. Rant is over. Melissa's awesome. Yeah, that storm that's coming into the Windsor area, into deep southwestern Ontario, the strongest part of it looks to be over Lake Sinclair, but Windsor might end up seeing some of those wind gusts. We'll see. Windsor might just get missed by the main line of the storm, so there's another line behind it. So we'll have to see how that goes. I'm still waiting for another update on this, what looks like rotation. I think we do have another update here. And I'm going to go minor on it because I don't like the way it looks from Exeter still. It looks way weaker from King, though. There has been, I just noticed, in Fergus, there was 3-inch tree limbs broken, power poles down in Fergus reported, just east of Elora. So yeah, some significant damage has been reported from what looked like a potential tornado earlier. Exeter still looks so strong on this, though. Let's take a look. Let's see. We should have the update pretty soon. Yeah, we've got it. Here it is. So this is Exeter still. I mean, showing 103-kilometer winds and somewhat of a little kind of a notch going on here. But if you bring it up to King, King looks like whoop-de-doo. There's nothing going on. And King is a lot closer to that storm. And it's not close enough that it's under the radar yet. So I keep saying under the radar. I mean over the radar. Just visually on the UI, it looks like it's under the radar, but it's actually over. What's going on over here from King? Or sorry.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that from Buffalo.
From K-Buff.
Yeah, by St. Jacobs. That's high up, but it's on that little appendage notch there. If you look at it.
But nothing from King, nothing from Exeter. But Buffalo seems to think there's something going on near St. James. Sorry, St. Jacobs, I meant to say. Near Heidelberg. Yeah, I don't know why. Buffalo thinks that there's a rotation. I guess that's quite high. It looks like nothing on Exeter. Look at this.
Even all the way up at tilt 4, even up at tilt 4 on Exeter, nothing.
Zippo, yeah, so it's probably nothing. I would say we take the radar that's closer, usually. We see on Twitter says rotation over LaSalle. I can't see the video, just looks like fuzzy. I haven't taken a look at it yet, but I kind of want to go minor on this, but it just looks so weak from King. It's a tricky event. Tricky. Yeah, that's the 42 frame from. So Exeter is the newer frame, but it won't be long till we have another K-Buff update. Yeah, I think there is another update. It doesn't look as strong. But yeah, significant damage was reported in kind of the Elora Fergus area, so I hope everybody's all right. Big trees down, power poles down from what could have been a downburst or potentially a tornado because it looked significant on radar. I don't know where he's getting rotation in LaSalle from because there's not even a storm in LaSalle. There's just a little bit of an outflow boundary. And it's kind of just a little tiny cell. So I'm not sure. Maybe just that tiny little cell is starting to spin around. But anywho, still a substantial community hanging out on the live stream. We really appreciate it. Thanks everybody who has joined us on the live stream. Timika says a lot of tree damage in Elora, no obvious structure damage. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. That's good news. Hey, more pornography spam on YouTube. Of course, they're blocked. They work fast. They work hard. Let's see here. Just scrolling the comments here. Oh, I was going to pull up that webcam from London a long time ago, which I never did. I wonder how it's doing. Too late. It's just rain. You can't see anything else. Oh, well. It was nice while the idea lasted. So how's everybody doing? Hope everybody's doing all right. What, Elena? Did you? Oh my goodness. Is it confirmed? Okay. I hope you're all right. I mean, there's lots of other stuff going around as well too. So, I mean, Meow from Snack says Brenda, thank you, appreciate it. He doesn't seem to want any food. He's sleeping right now, right here. So I'm just asleep. I'm not gonna bug him. Time to feed the cat. Oh, it still says Adam needs to feed the cat. The bottom thing. Adam's cat is sleeping, so I'm pulling this banner off. Adam's cat is sleeping. Adam's cat is currently sleeping. Feed time soon. Okay, I'm going to change the banner to that. There we go. What? It didn't work. Nah, I didn't save it. All right, I'm giving up. Alana's laughing at me. Kyla says we are hungry for him. Hold on a second. I'm trying to get to that. We are hungry for him. Yes. Appreciate your empathy, hunger for my cat. 1 second here. Let sleeping cats sleep. Yes. Eric says the banner should always be cat related. Please no. Let's see here. Rhonda's got it. She said, Rhonda says Adam's cat is sleeping, dreaming of food. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Okay. It looks like someone posted something to Ontario Storm Reports. Liam, do you want to take a peek and see what's going on the Ontario Storm Report world?
Yep.
And I, in the meantime, am going to see if we get new radar data soon, which we might. And I want to take a peek down at Detroit radar, which is looking interesting.
Oh wow. This is not the report someone was talking about in the comments, but I just want to pull up these pictures from from this is in Alma, Ontario, which is near Fergus and Elora, I believe. Just the skies on this photo here. I'll
Yeah, I got you full screen. Whoa, that was that storm
sorry.
moving into. Whoa, yeah, that looks pretty wild.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, that sky is crazy.
I need to somehow mute my messages, but this one was one that. Guys, stop with the chat, please.
Whoa, look at that core. That core is ridiculous. Let's watch Liam fight with his chat. Okay, all right. I'm making you smile.
I am just.
Oh my goodness, you can figure that out. You know what it is? You probably have. I know what it is. You probably have the. You have the Messenger app, right?
Well, this is on Facebook. This is like little bubbles on Facebook.
Oh, you gotta mute the notifications. Yeah, that would be that would be good. So, yeah, that sky is crazy. So, thank you, who was the person who posted those photos? Pretty please. Can we get
that? Was Karen Harrison on Ontario Storm Warning or Ontario Storm Watch or reports? Jeez, I can speak because I'm trying not to laugh because of the chat coming up.
Because of your chat coming up. Yeah, it's funny watching you fight with your chat. Thank you very much for that report. Let's see here. Do we get a radar update yet? We do. We've got a radar update, and interesting. How's my noise canceling work? Can you hear my dog barking?
Nope.
No, I bet you can.
I can occasionally hear like a fan sound, but I feel like that's just sometimes the noise canceling fading in. But
yeah, I think so.
Oh, maybe.
This storm still looks interesting. That's heading into Bolton right now. Still looks interesting, but from King doesn't look as strong. King's really close to it though, almost too close. Excuse me. But from Exeter, it's looking pretty strong. Let's take a look from K-Buff. Gotta peek around at the different radar stations to see. K-Buff looks pretty boring. Oh no, there's a lot of RF interference. Yeah, that's being filtered. Yeah, we got to give that a color so it's not just darkness. Should probably give that a color so it's a little bit easier to recognize. What's going on down here in Southwestern Ontario? Interesting. But yeah, the storm that's heading over Lake Sinclair right now. Some pretty hefty winds, severe winds that are going to be heading into Baldoon, Bagnall, Mitchell's Bay, Bell River, potentially the lakeshore areas, Stony Point, where else? Grand Point. Let me just zoom in and take a look here. Basically, Deerbrook, all the areas that are right along the water here, Lighthouse Cove, Bradley, Mitchell's Bay, again, Grand Point, Bearline, Payne Court, Baldoon, Dover Center. Yeah, basically this cluster of storms, it's pretty aggressive. That is going to be heading towards Chatham-Kent, is bringing with it likely some severe winds. So that is a problem. 1 second here. I can just scrolling up through the comments here. Give me just a moment. William asked, what does noise mean on radar? Yeah, so basically, there's these false signatures that happen on radar, which make it really tricky to determine sometimes if things are rotation or if they're just noise, et cetera, et cetera. It's pretty tricky. So Robert says, what app are you using? This is actually called Instant Weather Pro. We haven't launched it yet, but we're planning on doing so. Lana, what's going on? Whoa, from the reports group? We're hearing of a possible video of a tornado that was sent to our reports group from Sarnia.
Let me just adjust something quickly.
I'm just checking it out in the background. Give me a second here. Let's see. Are you seeing debris? I don't see. Oh, I can see it there. It might be. Let me see. Oh yeah, it might be. It might be the. Oh yeah, it's certainly got some profanity in there, so we're gonna have to dial that back. But yeah, it's hard to say if that's like a downburst or if that's a tornado, but it certainly looks dangerous for sure. And again, there was that really strong wind signature we saw in Sarnia earlier that looked pretty intense. So, and when was that? Oh, Hunter says there's a clear photo of the tornado in Sarnia. And where's that, Hunter? Did you post that on Terra Storm Reports? Okay, all right. Give me a second here. I'm gonna pull up the group and just a moment. I'll have that here. Just 1 second. There we go. Okay, here is Ontario Storm Reports group. That was in London. This is in Meaford. And whoa, that's Wyoming. Look at that. That's pretty crazy looking. That was that. We posted minor rotation, but that looks pretty intense. Well, that is a freaky looking storm. Holy. Oh my goodness. And this is the video that Alanis talking about here. At the very, very start of the storm, look right here. There's a lot of motion there. That could have very well have been a tornado right here that went. Let's see. Let's watch it again. Yeah, that motion's crazy strong. Yeah, it's very possible that it's too bad that building's in the way. Be able to get a much better view of it, but yeah, the motion is super intense on that. So it's possible tornado that touched down. And then Norma says there was no tornado. I don't know, everybody's arguing about it in the comments here. But yeah, that was possibly a whoa, look at this photo from Kitchener from a drone. Clearly enhanced, but look, it's like a wonderful photo. It's crazy. Look at that shelf from Kitchener. That's crazy. It obviously boosted the contrast and increased the colors and stuff, but I mean, still looks amazing. That's whoa, that's a crazy photo. Holy moly. Yeah. Let's see if we can find some more reports here as I scroll down. Just scrolling through our Ontario Storm Reports page here. Yeah, some really impressive. Side note, please don't take photos while you're driving. This is clearly taken from the driver's perspective here. We want you to be safe. So yeah, please do not take photos while you're driving here. I'm sure Patricia's gonna pull that off the group because we don't like to promote that at all. So please pull over safely, and that's how you want to take a photo. Is like it takes you 2 seconds to pull over safely, take the photo, and then hit the road again. So yeah, that looks intense from Sarnia. That might have been a land spout. Ooh, what's still going on over here? It looks so awful from King City, but it looks incredible from Exeter. Look at this. From Exeter, it looks bananas and Bolton. And then from King, it looks boring. So, I don't know. That could be elevated interestingness. That's not a word. Oh, a Sarnia tornado picture has been posted to Ontario Storm Report. So let me go back to that here. Give me just a second here, and I will go back to that. Oh, Liam beat me to it. Go for it,
I beat
Liam.
you too, but it's not cropped properly, so I'm just gonna do this so I don't get the team in here
with the team chat popping up the entire time.
There we go.
Whoa.
Thanks,
yeah,
Simon.
That is very possibly a tornado that touched down in Sarnia a little bit earlier. So I hope everybody stayed safe with that one. That looks pretty intense. And who took that photo?
That was
Liam?
Hunter Holmes.
Hunter Holmes posted that photo. Yeah, that looks like a possible tornado. We should be sending that to our NTP. Lana, can you send that to the NTP chat, please, for them to take a look at? Okay, thank you so much. Yeah, everybody's saying there's more photos as well too. Brenda says, "You go, Liam. You go." I wonder what time that was taken at. Maybe we can go back and check the radar and see. Go do some historical radar and find out when exactly that was. Let's see here. I don't think it would probably be in the last little bit. Maybe. Let's see.
I think the report for the original one came around 5:15 to 5:30.
5:30. Okay, we got historical. We can go back. Let's go back. 5:20. Oh, it might have been. Yeah, it might have been in this mess. Remember, we were looking at that signature, and it's crazy because it was like really, really soft. Oh, you can't even see what I'm talking about. Hold on. Really, really soft precipitation. I remember we talked about this and said there's a pretty strong wind signature going through Sarnia right now. And if we go back here and take a peek, yeah, it just looked like a bunch of noise. This is where a noise comes into play, but that could have been a little tornado that touched down in Sarnia right there. And you know what? Let's go check correlation coefficient and see if there's any debris. 1 second here. See if we can get a debris signature from it. Wow, this is what a mess. Can't even see anything in there. It's just a mess. Maybe there's a debris signature there. I don't know. It's a total mess. So radar was brutal. So that was next to impossible to notify. But yeah, it could have been a little spin up right there in the Sarnia areas. And based on that photo, that looks pretty strong for sure. So wow. Oh my goodness. Let's see here. Everybody stretch. Liam, stretch. Everybody must stretch. We're all stretching. I'm actually
gonna head out and take my drone up and see if I can get some photos to post in the report group, and then I'm gonna head out for the night. So,
okay, thanks so much, Liam. Everybody, say thank you to Liam. Stream. Be safe out there with your drone.
Yep.
Don't let that thing get zapped.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Cheers. Everybody, say thank you to Liam in the comments, please, please, please. Still watching. Ted says, "What is that? What does range folded mean?" Yeah, it's complicated, but it's basically just means that the velocity is useless. It has to do with when they do this long range strategy, and then yeah, basically the lowest tilt of velocity becomes folded over itself, and then it just becomes next to impossible to read. But thank you so much, everyone, for all your wonderful comments. Thank you to Liam for all his help, and again, we hope everybody is safe in. Who was in the path of that one in Sarnia, because it looked like it could have been a little tornadic touchdown in Sarnia there. So that was pretty intense. Let's see here. Still trying to watch this Bolton storm. It still looks boring from King, and it probably looks better from Exeter. Yeah, it's still the same old frame from Exeter. So areas to the north are looking okay. Nothing too significant going on to the north. Just some rain, maybe some lightning and thunder, and yeah, that's basically about it. The main risk continues to be here in deep southwestern Ontario with these really strong winds that are moving in from Lake Sinclair. And if we head over to Exeter radar, little hints of rotation here, but nothing too significant. But maybe a brief little touchdown in the Sarnia area. So I see a report of a tree that came down on a house in Elora. Eek. I hope everybody's okay. Not hearing reports of injuries. That's good. That's good. That's good. That's good. Yeah. So pretty intense stuff. I hope everybody's staying safe. Can you show future radar? Says Emily. I sure can. I sure can. It's been a while since I've shown future radar on our app, so let me do that so we can see how things have changed over the last little while with the future radar on our app. Again, if you have not downloaded our app, please do so. You can get it at instantweatherapp.com. I'm going to jump over to the app right now. This is the current past radar, and let's hit play and see what the future holds. Looks like storms are probably going to generally weaken as they track to the east. I would hope so. We're already into 705 right now. Mainly, it looks like a strong wind event kind of near strong winds near Woodstock, Ingersoll. Strong winds went through London here. Still watching this interesting storm that is near Bolton. But from King City radar, it doesn't look too intense. It looks a little stronger from Exeter, but it's starting to finally weaken. But some potential severe winds on that one as well. And let's see here. From Buffalo, it's not looking that exciting. And from Detroit, the only thing that's looking exciting are these storms moving towards Chatham-Kent right now. east of Lake Sinclair. Those storms look pretty intense. Trees down everywhere. Major storm damage in Elora. Someone posted on Twitter. Eek. Pokemon Master Coolio sent in a super sticker. Thank you so much for the super chat. Appreciate it. Thank you kindly. Sincerely appreciate it. 1 second. D says tornado warning in Brantford. Are you sure about that? No, there's no tornado warning in Brantford right now. In fact, all of the tornado watches have ended. So there's no tornado watches now, only severe thunderstorm watches and severe thunderstorm warnings. But yeah, there is no tornado watches or tornado warnings at this point in time. Oh, somebody says there's a spam bot on YouTube. Don't see it. Where is it? Everybody's going bot. Oh, it's already blocked. Hey, they're fast. Chris, I know they're moving so fast. Thank you, Lynn. I appreciate that. Christian says, "Oh, feeling the temps are cooling in Mississauga. That's good. That's good. Chris Hodgson says, Adam, you sound tired. Time to end the stream. LOL. Things are slowing down. Things are starting to slow down. The tornado watches have ended. There's severe thunderstorm warnings. They're not slowing down for Chatham-Kent. They're not slowing down for areas east of Lake Sinclair. But the rest of the radar seems to be dying down a bit, which is good. Let me see here. D says, 5 minutes ago, I got an emergency alert to my phone saying tornado warning. Nope. If you ever get a random Amber Alerty type tornado warning to your phone and you're confused, tornado warning has been issued for Mississauga, says Nicola. No, it's broken. It's broken. There is no tornado warnings right now. Double checking on Environment Canada's website. There's no tornado watch. There's no tornado warnings. If you get random tornado warnings and you're confused, please download our free app. You can get it at instantweatherapp.com. Check your location. See if there's a tornado warning in the app. We've gone to great lengths to make sure of the positional accuracy of the polygons and versus your location and all that kind of stuff. So if you're ever confused, definitely go download our free app, double check your location, and see if our app is showing that you're under a tornado warning. So Jackie says, what do the colors represent in the radar? So red is torrential rain. Excuse me. Yellow is moderate rain. Green is lighter. And yeah, that's basically it. And if you get to white on this particular radar, then we're getting into really large hail. Yeah. Christina says, do you think school will be canceled tomorrow? What? Firstly, I guess there's summer school going on. So, but is school going to be canceled tomorrow? I'm going to go with a no. Brennan is our resident school bus cancellation expert. Brennan, what's your insights?
Well, it's the summer.
Yeah, but I mean,
so
maybe she means summer school. If
well,
there's summer school, it's what the heck is happening? Andrew says, love the app. Best out there for sure. Thank you so much, Andrew. Appreciate it. Thank you kindly. Herbie says, what? John says, hi from Ottawa. Whoa, I missed that already. I think most summer school is done now, says Crystal. People are just so used to asking that in the winter. If there's going to be a bus. Everybody loves those bus cancellation forecasts.
Tell me about it.
We took some... it's 99% of the folks are like, this is awesome. And then there's like that 1% of the folks are like, I don't think you should be doing this. And we're like, let's do a survey. And then the survey was like 99.98% was like, please continue these. And 0.001 said, don't do these. And then it's interesting, quiet there. It has to be quiet, I guess. I don't know. Like we have zero authority when it comes to bus cancellations, but we get contacted by members of the school board and members of bus companies that say, thank you so much for putting out these forecasts. We use them as an extra tool when we're making the decision. So they don't just go by it verbatim, but they use it as a tool when they go by it. So hold on a second. Nicola says tornado watch in Sarnia 1 minute ago. I don't think so. That's going to be a no. I don't know where you're getting this information from, but we're going to go with a no on that one, Nicola. Nicola, if you keep spamming random alerts that aren't existing, yeah, we might have to put you in a timeout, put you in the corner, and then we might have to.
Here's the latest watches and warnings.
Here's the latest watches and warnings from the one and only Brendan. Let me get this banner off the screen because it's too big. We have severe thunderstorm warnings for Windsor, for Chatham, for Leamington, and Sarnia. But the main risk for that area, the storm that is the concern, the main storm that is the concern, is heading into areas east of Lake Sinclair. Although I just hit Exeter, and there's some really strong winds that might be heading towards Windsor, at least from Exeter. But from Detroit, are they as strong? Maybe not. But yeah, we could see severe winds that are moving into. Sometimes the higher tilts actually give us an idea of what's going to hit the surface later on. So, yeah, it looks like some pretty strong winds could be heading into the Windsor area, into Amherstburg, into LaSalle, and into Essex County. So everywhere else you see is yellow. That is a severe thunderstorm watch, not a warning. And currently there is no tornado watches and there are no tornado warnings. So hopefully that helps. See here, just scrolling through the comments. Give me just a moment. Tina says no tornado watch in Sarnia. That is correct. Although, based on what we saw earlier, there may have been a touchdown in Sarnia. There may have been a little brief tornado in Sarnia because we got video and some impressive photos of something on the ground there. So Carol says, have you canceled your warnings? Just to clarify, Carol, we don't issue warnings. Only Environment Canada can issue warnings, watches, statements, and advisories. We don't touch those. Those are entirely Environment Canada's. We repost them verbatim, word for word, exactly how they are issued. We do not touch them. So no, we whether they get canceled or they get issued, that is completely up to Environment Canada. We have zero control over that. As far as when we post stuff like rotation has been detected, our instant updates, yeah, we sometimes pull those off the app if things are weakening and stuff like that. But yeah, let's see here. Oh, Bob D says, I thought your map was wrong for a second. Then I realized you don't have the rainfall warning on that map. Oh, is there rainfall warnings in place, Brennan? Do you want to take a peek?
Yeah, there is.
Maybe add those.
But to simplify it, I only include the severe warnings.
Yeah, that makes sense for sure. So there are rainfall warnings, which the term in the U.S. would be considered flash flood. The equivalent of it is a flash flood warning in the U.S. Yeah, so basically, if you want to know if you're under a rainfall warning, then certainly, download our free app, punch in your location, and you'll see if there are any rainfall warnings. Uh-oh, there's a lot of song requests coming in here. Uh-oh. Oh, dear.
Oh,
I'm going to have to remember how to sing again. Oh, boy. This is where Brennan and Alana duck out. Maybe I'll play something on Alana's playlist. Alana, what do you think? I might be able to. I can rip some screamo. I can handle it sometimes. Let's see here. Hold on a second here. Jennifer has a comment. I haven't read all the way through, so I don't know what it's going to say, but let's see. It's odd the amount of watches that were sent to people on their cells. I got one from Environment Canada saying there was a tornado watch in effect from my area. There was nothing going on with the weather. Yeah, so watches are typically very wide, very broad, big swath, big blanket areas, and it's only really the warnings that are, take shelter now kind of thing. So now if you're referring to tornado warnings, that might be different. If you got that automatically to your phone, you might be talking about tornado warnings. Currently, tornado warnings in Canada are county based, so they're like these giant areas, and if there was a tornado, it'd be this tiny little spot. So that's why you want to read the details where it says locations impacted include, and then you'll have a better idea of where the path of whatever particular storm is heading to. So locations impacted include is really important. And eventually, Environment Canada is going to do storm-based warnings, which is going to make it a lot more accurate. It's going to be fantastic. So I think it's taco time again, says Berde. And then Santiago says, what's the name of the app? So the app is called Instant Weather. You can get it at instantweatherapp.com. I'll put the link up here on the screen. Brennan, did you change the color of our pop-ups?
Yeah, I matched it to our branding.
I like the bright blue better. That's kind of nice. And 1 second here. Joe coming in with a super chat. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. That was very, very generous of you. Thank you kindly. I appreciate the super chat. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you to all those who are sending in stars on Facebook. Thank you to those who have downloaded our app but have also gone to the menu and clicked upgrade radar and extended your future radar out 5 hours, as well as removed ads from the app. Thank you so much for all the different ways that you can support our team. We sincerely appreciate it. It makes a huge difference, helps us continue doing what we're doing, and it really, we really, really appreciate it. So thank you so much, everyone. Thank you kindly. SG says the app not available in your region. Yeah, so the app is currently only available in Canada. We have plans to launch it to the US and eventually plans to launch it worldwide. But currently, it's only available in Canada at this point in time. But we plan to launch it elsewhere. But we need to make some improvements elsewhere with our alerts as well, too, for that kind of stuff. Let's see here. Kimberly says, tornado warning was sent out in Hamilton. There was never a tornado warning for Hamilton. If you did receive one in Hamilton, you might have just been close enough to a cell phone tower of a tornado warning that was to your north, but there is no tornado warning for Hamilton, and there was never actually a tornado warning for Hamilton. So again, this is where it's good to download our app and check to see if there actually is an alert for your area when you receive those kind of Amber Alert type alerts on your phone. So Sean B says, I was promised tornadoes. To clarify, no one has ever promised a tornado, and no one ever will promise a tornado. So I have a feeling you were not promised tornadoes, and so therefore you're not allowed to be disappointed. Let's see here. So Rebecca says, I wonder if there are spammers sending out warnings posing as Environment Canada. I know I got one the other day posing to be the government of Canada. There could be. There's so much spammy garbage out there. It's brutal. Just download our app. We'll let you know what's going on. Simple as that. Let's see here. Danny says, the app is geo-restricted on Google Play. Any chance this may change? There is a chance, yes. We just have to improve our US alerts. So we have US alerts going, and we post to, many, many pages in the States. If you look up like Kansas tornado warning or Oklahoma tornado warning or Florida tornado watch. So we have all the tornado watch pages in the States. So if you look up Kansas tornado watch or Florida tornado watch or Missouri tornado watch, we have all of those pages in the US, and we automatically post all the US tornado warnings to those pages. However, we want to improve that drastically. We're called instant weather. So if we're gonna launch in the States, our alerts in the States have to be instant. So we're tackling that first. It's on the list. You should see the list. It's very, very listy. It's a long one. So we're gonna tackle that first, and then we'll launch stateside. And then but if you're in the US and you really, really want to download our app, send us an email, help@instantweather.ca, and I think we're only able to add folks in the US that are using an iPhone, I believe, but we've added a few folks in the US so they could start to try out the app before we launch it down there. So send us an email, help@instantweather.ca, and we'll try our best to get to that email, and we'll try our best to add you to the beta test. Let's see here. Christine says, what's that twisty thing by Ottawa on the radar? You might mean the radio frequency noise potentially, but there are some storms potentially heading out there later on this evening, but it's hard to say that they are going to be severe. I think Amy says, I deleted that app. Don't trust anyone else but these guys. Thank you very much, Amy. I sincerely appreciate it. There are other great apps out there, but yeah, there might be some ones out there that are garbage. But let's see here. Susan says, my paramedics from Hamilton General received tornado warnings from Environment Canada half an hour ago. There was never a tornado warning issued.
KW in Cambridge is right beside Hamilton.
True, that's a good point. Yeah. Brendan's making a good point that it was likely just the proximity of your cell phones to a cell phone tower that was inside of the tornado warning, which is a county-based warning that comes closest to Hamilton, and that's probably why you got it. But it was never issued
It also
for Hamilton.
depends. If they got it for radio or TV, it would probably be.
Yeah. But she said no. She
I know
specifically
earlier
said,
I was watching Toronto station and I got the tornado warning in Owen Sound.
You got the Owen Sound tornado warning from on a Toronto TV station.
TV. Yeah.
Man, they gotta fix that garbage. It's so brutal. It's just like you just know that it's just horrifying to think that there's people that are in Toronto that are watching TV, saw the tornado warning, and they're like hiding in their basement.
And it wasn't even specific. It just said Southwestern Ontario. That's all it said.
Ah, that's so brutal. Oh my goodness. It just drives me nuts. Let's see here. Mike says, I received a tornado warning in Windsor regarding Kitchener, Waterloo, and they included Hamilton in the emergency alert. Face palm emoji on that one. Oh my goodness. Kren says, CTV London just posted a tornado warning. For where? There's no tornado warning right now. He said he just posted it. There's not even a tornado watch. There's no tornado watches. There are no tornado warnings. I want to shake someone who built this system. I want to shake them. And then I want to have a kind and soft and gentle conversation with them about changing and improving things after the shake. Andrew says, where is Snacks? He's right here, and he's completely passed out. I'll take a photo of him on my phone, and then I'll show you in a sec. Hey. There's Snacks right there. He's sleeping. Adam's cat is sleeping. Oh, there's a bot. There's a bot. There's a bot. Show us the dog. I know the dog's super cute. What? Oh, you can't get to it? I got it.
She's
I know
trying to delete it without
comments go so
putting it
fast.
on the screen.
It's crazy.
That happened before.
So Amber, after I just said what I just said, Amber said Environment Canada is a joke. To clarify, that's not Environment Canada's fault. That is they hired a company. I won't say which one. I think we all know. But they hired a company to build the alerting system for them, and I don't know, spent like $25 million on it or something like that. Anyways, long story short, it needs improvements. Somebody said something about Swiss Chalet. Hey, don't be talking about food now. Wave Swiss Chalet chicken in front of his nose and he'll wake up fast. He will. I love it. I swear. We went to order Swiss Chalet the other day, and they said they're out of chicken.
How does that work?
I'm like, how are you out of chicken? Do you have pizza?
No.
What are you talking about? Can I have ribs? Don't get the ribs there. It was brutal. Ribs are like so rubbery. But they said they're out of chicken.
Elena said it happened with KFC.
How are you out of chicken? No, I think they were out of white. They didn't have. They probably got dark. Chicken? I don't know what's happening, but I think it's probably Chatham, says Jen. Oh yes, I do need to check on Chatham. We're getting a little off topic here. I think it's going to. Oh, it will. Oh, the really strong winds are heading into Windsor right now. Yeah, really strong winds into Windsor and Essex County, like we were talking about. And Chatham looks pretty windy too. Let's see here. And strong winds are actually moving more to the northeast as well from Lake Sinclair.
Running out of time to die.
Sorry, say it again?
Oh, it's running out of time to die. Thanks. Chatham.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I see. It's running out of time to fizzle. Yeah. Alana was saying that Chatham will never get rain because I know that Chatham is desperate for rain.
Joke.
I think, yeah, well, I think they're going to get some. Oh, my goodness. Unless that just, imagine that just fizzled. No, she's getting some. Patricia, everybody get round of applause for Patricia. We're so happy for her. She's going to get rain. So much rain, I think. Let's find out. It hits a brick wall.
I don't think she wants all this rain.
I think she does. I think she wants any rain. She's been desperately crying for rain. Yeah, okay, yeah. Chatham-Kent is going to get rain. I know that's all people down there are really caring about right now, and I can appreciate why, because you've been basically getting squat for so long. Yeah, pretty strong winds down there though in Windsor and LaSalle. 90 km an hour. That could be severe. It could be some severe. More spam. Are you kidding me? Oh man, the bots. They're hold on, I'm gonna get it. I can do it. No, it keeps moving. Stop it. I got it. Block user. Boom. It, by the way, Lana, if you click block, if you click the little 3 dots, and even if it scrolls up, you still have the pop-up, you can just hit block user and it'll still block them. Even if it scrolls up on you. Uggy Buggy says Twitch never has bots. Twitch, we never see any spam from Twitch. We only see cool people. Twitchy people. Side note,
want forecast for Patricia's.
Side note, my mouse broke and Logitech sent me a new mouse. What, sorry? What about Patricia in Lorne Park, Mississauga? Is she getting rain? We're only doing Patricia forecast now. We're gonna change our name to Patricia Stormwatch. 1 second here. Yeah, still seeing major damage photos coming out of Elora. Side note. I really hope everybody in Elora is safe. That storm was crazy. That storm was crazy.
See if I can bring
I really hope everybody's okay.
See if I can bring this one up.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the one. That's the one I was just looking at. Yep.
That's the one.
Patricia Lynn, are you going to get rain in Mississauga? Probably. A Disney Dream TV says downpour in Windsor. How are the winds? Let us know how the winds are in Windsor, please, please. Please, please, please. I'm about to meet Brennan. Gone to Giggletown. Oh, I did remember. My name is Patricia, but we are getting rain. My name is Patricia, but we are getting rain up in Huntsville. You folks are funny. Let's see here. Valerie has a good question. Valerie says, is Ontario Storm Tracker same as your page on Facebook? They're a different group. We're not affiliated together, but you know, they're doing a similar thing. You know, they're tracking storms and that type of thing. But no, Ontario Storm Tracker is not affiliated with us. But you know, kudos to them for what they're doing. And you know, there's a ton of groups out there. There's Ontario Weather. There's so many different ones. And anyways, long story short, we're all in this together. We're all trying to tackle the same thing.
Water spout over Lake Erie.
Ours is called Ontario Storm Watch. Water spout over Lake Erie. What that? Oh wow. Huge multi-vortex spray ring about 15 minutes ago looking southeast over Lake Erie from Port Glasgow. Lasted 3 minutes. There were crazy eddies along the entire gust front. Whoa. That's crazy. A wild water spout from David Piano there.
All the other Patricias are trolls, according to our Patricia.
Oh, all the other, I see. Hold on a second here. Weather Geek on YouTube says listening to Adam pronounce gobbles was awesome. Yeah, it's not gobbles. What was it again? It was
oh no, not this again.
It was Gobbles? I don't know. I thought it was Gobbles. I was like, there has to be a town called Gobbles. But it was not. Yeah. If east of Turkey, it gobbles. No.
Somehow we still have 3,000 people listening to us rant on.
I'm surprised there's 3,300 people. Now, everybody has a different number at the top of their, like, if you're on, like, a Facebook page, you probably have, like, 800 or 900. We can see the full total, and it says 3289. We are shocked with that. You're all still here, but thank you so much. It's hard to imagine that many people. Like, I mean, I can imagine that many people in a room. Like, when I used to play concerts and stuff, I can imagine there's 3,000 people at some concerts, but that's a huge room full of people. It's crazy. It's crazy to imagine that many people. It's insane. And actually, I was at the Sky Dome for a concert a few years ago, and the Sky Dome can fit 50,000 people. And at that point in time, I think Ontario Stormwatch was like, he's still sleeping. He's sleeping. Ontario Stormwatch was like 250,000 people. So it was like, imagine 5 sky domes full of people. It's crazy. Anyways, I love our community. It's fantastic. It's the moral of my story is that there's wonderful people in our community. And thank you for sharing it and growing it and helping get the word out about these storms because they're pretty intense. But yeah, I mean, basically the strongest storms are going to be in Southwestern Ontario, Essex County, very strong winds down there. Gabby says Melissa B13 for moderator. Hey, you know what? She's proven herself. So Melissa B13, if you want to shoot us an email, help@instantweather.ca. We'll talk. We'll have a chit chat. But you're awesome. Awesome. Let's see here. All right. I think I'm going to play a tune and then we're going to shut down the stream. There's still strong winds going through Essex County and the Chatham-Kent areas and deep southwestern Ontario. But we're getting closer to the end of this particular event. So, wow, 4-hour live stream. Yeah, just 4 hours right now. Cool. All right. So, yeah, if you want to hear a tune, I know a lot of 90s rock, classic rock. I'll probably end up playing something I already know. But please, everyone saying music time, Bookend Vortex. Blackbird, of course, says like Lori and Atina says Blackbird. I mean, you're pulling on my heartstrings here because I obviously know that song well, but I may play that. We'll see. Adam's cat is still sleeping. Yeah, he's sleeping. He likes listening to the music though. So, oh dear.
You might wake him up.
I'm gonna have to wake him up for sure. Let's see here. Someone said American music.
That's the barrage.
Please play some American music. We're an American band. That's a good song. Guitar. All right. While I still have my noise canceling on, I'm going to tune it. Then I will play a tune for you. And then someone said play Freebird. A little Freebird for you. That's the classic request, though, right? What were you going to say, Lana? It's possible. It's possible. Let's go back to Future Radar, and you can see here. One sec.
Well,
is it Jay's game, or is it just like a... Yeah, you're gonna get rain. You're probably gonna get rained out. Future Radar looks like a lot of rain heading into.
Just based on radar.
Oh yeah, sorry. I always forget you can't hear Alana. She's talking in my ear, and I'm talking back to her. Sorry. Someone was saying that they're asking if Toronto's gonna get rained out, but yeah, it's possible.
Yeah, I saw someone mention that. I just randomly laugh. It's because of her.
If Brennan's randomly laughing, it's because Alana's making him laugh. These two together.
Or the teams make me laugh.
You are a dangerous guy. Let's see here. Oh, Pokemon says American music by Violent Femmes. Ah. I thought you just meant like general American music. No wind in Windsor. Okay, well. No wind. I free the birds. That's why there's no chicken at Swish Chalet. All right. There's no way I can play with Alana laughing in my ear, so I'm going to turn this down, and then I'm going to mute Brennan because he's going to giggle the whole time too. So let's,
I'm going to leave from the screen for a minute. You don't want to see my face.
What's this? Fake pest profit. What is this garbage on YouTube? Oh my goodness. Oh, you already got it? Okay, thank you. Thank you. Lewis Collins says, it was some spam, but I think Alana already got it. Adam Skinner, how do I get the radar you have with the velocity and all the other stuff? Been trying to find one. So there's a bunch of apps out there, but this is called Instant Weather Pro, and it's something we've been working on for a while, and we're excited to get it out there. Yeah, we can't wait to play Hey Patricia. Oh my goodness. But yeah, there's lots of apps out there. There's you can get like Radar Scope or Radar Omega, both great apps. And but we're excited to launch Instant Weather Pro. So it's going to bring some really cool features to Canadian radar that have never been done before. So we're super excited about it. But yeah, let's see here. Okay. Brian says, "I'd love to beta test the new app." Yeah, in a couple weeks we're going to launch a beta test sign up, and then we're going to select a few folks from that to come into the Hold on a second here. What does this banner say? Adam's cat is sleeping. Alana's cat is hungry. That's fantastic. Oh my goodness. You folks are wild. All right. Brennan, can you mute yourself there, and I'll turn Alana down so
Yeah, I'll be
this. Okay. Cheers. All right. Music. Better turn off my noise canceling before I forget. Oh, my cat woke up. Uh-oh. Want food. Let's see here. Let's see here.
I woke lonely to find my lungs empty through the night. So it seems I'm not breathing, and now my dreams are nothing like they were meant to be. Oh, I'm breaking down. Yes, I'm breaking down. I'm afraid to sleep because of what haunts me, such as living with the uncertainty that I'll never find the words to say which can completely explain. Oh, how I'm breaking down. Someone come and save my life. Maybe I'll sleep when I'm dead, but now it's like the night is taking sides. All the worries that occupy the back of my mind. Couldn't it be this misery will suffice? Oh, how I'm breaking down. I've become a simple souvenir of someone's kill, just like the sea, constantly changing from calm to ill. Madness fills my heart and soul, as if the great deep I could swallow me whole. This is how I'm breaking down.
All right, sing it.
Someone come and save my life. Maybe I'll sleep when I'm dead, but now it's like the night is taking sides. All the worries that occupy the back of my mind. Couldn't it be this misery will suffice? Oh, how I'm breaking down.
Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you kindly. Yeah, I think that's probably about it. Thank you so much. Oh no, the banner has changed. What's happening now? Adam's cat might be awake.
She started it.
Definitely awake. Alana's cat has been fed. This is good. Brandon's cat lives with his parents, so we don't have any intel on that one. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you kindly. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Brenda. Thank you, everyone. It's very kind of you. Thank you. That was a little, if you don't know what that is, that's a City in Color, which is Dallas Green, originally from Alexis on Fire, and then started City in Color. And he's pretty awesome. Awesome Canadian. Let's see here. Weather Geek says, renaming all the instant weather report pages to instant cat reports.
We could
I know there's a
create
lot of
group
dog.
just for cat pictures.
There's a lot of dog people in our community. I should go get one of the puppies and bring him down because he's super cute. But yeah, his name is, we have Flynn and Gracie, and they're pretty adorable. So we'll have to definitely do that for the dog people as well too. But let's see. Thank you so much, everybody. Thank you kindly. It's been quite a day. I hope everybody stayed safe. There's still some really strong winds down in Essex County right now, literally in Essex and North Woodsley, heading towards Chatham. We did have some reports though that the winds weren't too strong, so maybe it's elevated. It's possible that the storms are going to weaken as the evening goes on, so we'll see. We're going to continue to watch radar. We're going to continue to track these storms through the evening. But hopefully things are starting to taper off, which would be good. It's been quite a day. We may have had a touchdown in Elora or a downburst. It's hard to say. We may have had a touchdown in Sarnia based on the videos and based on the photos. It looks like that is certainly a possibility. So yeah, we're going to have to see what does occur. But we'll wait for the Northern Tornadoes Project and Dr. David Sills and Environment Canada to verify all that kind of stuff. And yeah, and we'll have to see how that goes. But again, I hope everybody stayed safe. Hope everybody stayed okay. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Everybody with the encore. Oh dear. Let's see here. Oh, I'm getting a knock at the door, so I think it's time to run. So thank you so much, everybody. More songs on the next live stream for sure.
Good night, everyone.
Thank you, Brennan. Thank you so much. Everybody say thank you to Brennan. Give him a round of applause. Thank you, Brennan. Thank you. Thank you to Alana. She's in our ears, making us laugh and giving us great intel. So thank you to meteorologist Alana Franks for all your insight. And I can hear her. She's there.
Oh, she's there.
Yeah, she's there. So thank you so much, everyone. Thank you to the cats, and thank you to all the puppies and all of the pets. And I'm getting the knock at the door, so I better run. So thank you, everyone. Have yourself a wonderful evening. Everybody stay safe, and we'll talk to you all very soon. So bye-bye.